Today I am joined by Umberto Meoldi, otherwise known as Samanera Upekkhananda, who has, until very recently, been living as a novice monk at Dhamma Sukha Meditation Center, the home of the Suttavadins and TWIM. He has spent much time with Delson Armstrong, David Johnson, Liam McClintock, and others in the TWIM community. He has been told he has developed powers, that he is an anagami and even an arahant. But why was he told these things? That is the subject of today's video. It took much courage for Umberto to appear here today. Please, show him the respect of hearing his story. Now, let's switch over to the internet video. So I appreciate you being here and sharing your story, and just start from the beginning with your experience with TWIM and when things started to seem a little bit off to you.
Okay. Let me start by saying that I actually started with FitMind, which was the application that Liam McClintock founded and created. Back in 2018, my mother passed. And when my mother passed, I had a nervous breakdown. It started off with panic attacks, and then it went to depression. And then I went and I saw a therapist for a couple years. And then as part of that same process, I also started doing the FitMind application, kind of as just a form of therapy for myself. So I was doing the FitMind application, and in doing the FitMind application, I got a lot of relief in the sense that I got relief from just the breathing exercises, and then I found the forgiveness practice in there, and then I found the Tonglen practice, and then I kind of modified the forgiveness practice, and I modified the forgiveness with Tonglen, and I would take people that I had difficulty issues with, and I was doing forgiveness with them with the Tonglen type of practice, and it worked really well. Long story short, there, after doing about a solid year and a half of forgiveness practice, I had some sort of experience that happened. The experience that happened left me in a very elated, euphoric state, but also with no sense of agency. And this is really difficult to deal with because I was currently a director of infrastructure services for a pretty large company, and we were, as a normal standard lay individual, I was working about 60 hours a week. So, having your agency completely stripped from you, it's pretty difficult to cope with that. And but I was resilient and I pushed forward. But I was having a really good time with it. Nothing bad, excellent type of experience. But I was also not knowing what was going on. Not a Buddhist. Didn't understand anything with regards to what this type of experience was. It basically ended up being like a persistent non-dual experience that lasted about 3 months. But there was also like a massive amount of compassion, kind of like if someone would say that they're possessed by a demon. I was like kind of embodied by compassion. It was a beautiful experience, but it lasted about 3 months. And then after those 3 months, it kind of wore off. Okay. At that time, I listened to one of the podcasts on FitMind, and Bhante Vimalaramsi was on there. That was my introduction to Bhante Vimalaramsi. And he was describing the state that I was in. And as he was describing the state that I was in, I was like, okay, this guy knows what I'm going through. Let me check this out. I looked up Damasuka, and I signed up for the first online retreat. That was in April of 21. I did that with Terry Paul. And then after that, I signed up for the physical retreat that was in October of 21. I went to the Dhamma Sukha Meditation Center in October of 21, and I got to meet Bhante Vimalaramsi. And while I was there, I remember it was my first interaction with David Johnson, which was quite amusing because you fill out the form that they give you, and you tell them what state you've been to, at least first jhana, second jhana, et cetera, et cetera. And I put in there neither perception, non-perception. He scratched it off and was like, ah, right, typical David Johnson maneuver. And I didn't put any mind to it. But the second thing that happened, I found it kind of interesting. We were outside in the patio in the back of the dining hall, and he was facing away from me. And I was, at the time, I was having a cigarette by the barbecue, and I hear a woman's voice say, "David." And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, is this a meditation center, or is this like ventriloquist center? What's going on here? David turns around, he looks at me and he goes, "Did you hear that?" And I said, "A woman's voice call your name out?" I'm like, "Yeah, I heard it." And I ignored him. And I think this was the initial moment where he, I guess, already was like, I guess this guy's difficult to deal with or whatever. I guess I never rubbed David the right way. Okay. Another thing that I guess happened throughout that whole process was that, well, I guess we could get to that later. In any case, that was my first introduction to David. David, to me, always seemed a bit dry, never smiled, very introverted type of individual. Okay. And anything that you might see from him that looks and seems emotional is not. It is a act that he does. Okay. At least from the perspective that I've seen after knowing them since 21 to today, for the past 4 years. At any case, we start the retreat, and second day that I'm on the retreat, this state that I was in prior actually comes back, like on the second day. And I think it was pretty much part of the fact that I went right back to forgiveness practice for an extended period of time. Like Bhante had suggested to me, "Hey, meditate for 3 hours, meditate for 4 hours," right? So the first day it was like, meditate as much as you can. And I do happen to be the type of individual that goes headfirst into the deep end of the pool, right? So I think that was part of it. But on the second or third day, this state came right back. I had some sort of like experience where I was like, it felt like I was dry heaving, both euphoric and negative emotions. It was coming up through my stomach or something, and then boom, I got into this non-dual state again, and I described it in the interviews. And the interesting thing is that there was an audience in the interviews. This is the first time that I was introduced to actually Leah McClintock, Delson Armstrong, and there's another lovely lady, which I don't think is involved in any of this orchestrated events. Her name is Kim. She directs the TWIM Global Online Meditation Group that happens on Sundays mornings. So all three of them were in audience in the interview. Okay, and on the second day of the interview, I described to Bhante, what happened to me back in February of 21 doing the FitMind app, and he described it to me fully. And he told me, "Okay, go ahead and meditate. The state comes back. Have another interview." He's like, "Okay, meditate another. How much you meditate yesterday? 3 hours. Okay, now meditate 4 hours." The third day, once I was, like at, I think the third or fourth day, once I was at like 5 or 6 hours of meditating consistently, he was like, "So I'd like you to astral travel." It's like, "I'd like you to travel to a hell realm and to heavenly realms." listen, I don't know anything about meditation. I mean, the only thing that I was introduced to meditation was just this FitMind app. Okay. And this TWIM online meditation, and now this physical retreat. So I'm like, okay, because what was happening to me in the meditations is that I was having visuals in my meditations. I was seeing geometric patterns. I was seeing faces. I was seeing scenes. And he's like, oh, this guy's some sort of like psychic or whatever, right? So he's like, I want you to go ahead and ask to travel for me. And I was like, okay, let me get my, intergalactic travel log, right? But I was still like, okay, I'll give it a shot. So I go into my meditation and I attempt to go into the states that I was going into and see if I could make the determination to get to a heavenly realm and make the determination to get a hell realm. And I saw things. I saw a state, a realm where it was like a grove and there was a river, and I got into this boat, and the boat took me around some banks, and then there was this young boy who was about 10 years old, and he had long, curly black hair, no shirt on, white type of pants on, and he was sitting down, cross-legged. And I got off the boat and I said, "Hey, who are you?" and whatever. And he's like, "Well, you're just here to see me, and I'm just a king." And I described this to Bhante in the interview, and Bhante looks over at Delson and asks Delson, "What do you think?" And Delson tells him, "Oh, he traveled to the realm of the four kings." I have no clue what they're talking about. I describe another realm that I went to, a hell realm or whatever, and then Delson goes, "Well, yeah, this looks like that state." I was like, "This guy is pretty, I guess he's kind of psychic or whatever, right?" I didn't know what was going on, but at any case, what was actually happening was that they were kind of like buying me in, so to speak, or validating my experiences as something that happens in Buddhist types of meditations or something. I didn't know, but I thought it was kind of cool, and I was getting hooked without a doubt. I continue meditating with them, and I continue progressing in my meditation. Upwards of sitting for 6 hours, 7 hours without a problem. The persistent non-dual state maintained with me, and it got, I don't know how to say it, I guess, but like the dial was turned up. Things seemed a lot more vibrant, and things seemed a lot more high resolution, and I was in a euphoric state that was persistent, and it was very. I loved it. I loved it in comparison to being in a panic attack, depression type of mode. During that visit, there was conversations that were had with Liam with regards to that this had happened earlier with his application, and he had asked me, which meditations did you do that actually induced this, and I told him that a lot of them had to do with specifically the forgiveness practice, and me doing the forgiveness practice by I had done EMDR therapy prior, so um, I don't want to make this about my meditation. It's more about what happened to them, but it's kind of relevant because they were kind of really egging on these psychic powers that I was kind of getting from the practice, right? So they were like saying, "Hey, this is due to the twin practice," and they were really egging that on. Another thing that happened during that time was that David started mentioning a lot about Bitcoin and about his some investments that he was doing with cryptocurrency that had to do with like drip and farming or whatever. And I got a chuckle out of them. I thought they were hilarious because I was invested in cryptocurrency, and I've been an infrastructure engineer for 30 years, right? So, and that came to an interest of Liam. Like that became interesting to him. Okay. And it also became very interesting to David with regards to, oh, what do you think I should, do here with these investments or whatever. And I was telling him, I was like, that drip and farm thing sounds like a scam to me. I think that was one of the areas of contention, because I think he basically got swindled. And I think he was upset of the fact that I called him out in the sense of like, hey, don't invest in this. It's not a good investment. Okay. So that was in October of 21. In November of 21, I have an online intensive retreat. No, sorry. Yeah, an online intensive retreat with Bhante Vimalaramsi and David Johnson. My meditation was progressing. I was meditating for upwards of 8 or 10 hours straight through consistently a day. I would basically meditate actually a couple hours in the morning, about an hour or so in the afternoon for lunch. Then after work, I'd meditate all the way through. And the thing that you mentioned with regards to, or the thing that happens basically with regards to sleep deprivation was happening specifically because you're just meditating so long, right? And it's being encouraged to meditate these long stretches, right? So in November of 21, I had this online meditation retreat with Bhante, and every morning we would do the interviews. On the third day of the so on the second day of the retreat, I meditate for about, I think it was like 10 to 12 hours straight, and Bhante was really happy about that, and he goes, "Would you mind meditating for 24 hours straight?" And I was like, "Yeah, no problem." And he was surprised at the fact that I said, "Yeah, no problem." He was like, "Oh, okay." He was happy about it. Now, I do want to go back actually to the retreat that we had in October, because when I was introduced to Delson, Delson mentioned this first talk that he had. That was the Samaditi Sutta, the Majjhima Nikaya 9 right view. It was a great talk that he had. But during that retreat, one thing that I kind of noticed that felt kind of off was how much David Johnson would promote Delson. Like, he's his number one fanboy. He's his number one cheerleader. He is the guy that roots this guy on. As a matter of fact, he was the last time that I was talking to him, and for the past 5 months, he's like, "This is the Pope of TWIM." I mean, that's a pretty bold statement. Okay, and that was something that I noticed, and I found it kind of interesting because it didn't seem like Bhante actually didn't seem like Bhante was that into him as much as Delson. I mean, as much as David was into him. You know, like David was really all about Delson. Okay, and that is part of what uh, I'd like to say, that see, for me, and this is not off the record. I'm going to say this flat out. I think that David Johnson chose Delson and is using Delson, and they're together orchestrating a kind of coup of the TWIM community. Okay, uh, and just a take over and have Delson take over, and no need for monks, but the only need that we have for monks is to actually use the Buddhist persona or image as a way of taking money from people and giving this image of perfection, or high moral ethics, but in candid or in reality, what it is just a scam. It's just a scam. So I think David Johnson's been actually coaching Delson, and they talk every single day for hours without end. Rose, which happens to be the cook at Damasuka, she's mentioned to me on several occasions how David will go running to the farm that is literally about it's about 600 or 700 yards away from the dining hall. David will go out there to have private conversations, because not even in his cabin he feels like it's a private enough. I mean, Damasuka is pretty large. So that was something that I noticed, is that David was really pushing for everybody to, like, hey, this guy is the poster child for, like, meditation and everything that you should be doing. As a matter of fact, one of the other things that I noticed about David is that he always mentioned this thing about dana. How dana, if you give dana to a dog, you get 100% merit back, or something like that, or 100-fold back. If you give dana to a worthy person, you get 1,000% back. If you give dana to a sotapanna, woo! If you give dana to a sakaragami or an anagami, woo! If you give dana to an arahat, forget about it. You're going to get whatever you want, right? And if you give dana to the sangha, it's un. So these kind of statements were very suggestive. And one of the things that I remember in the first retreat was that David had mentioned that he was a numerologist and that he liked hypnosis therapy. These two things came up in several occasions, and the hypnosis thing, as I kept on going year through year, I kept on seeing these suggestions, and this is what's going on there. So, and not just by David, by these group of people. It is an orchestrated event. So November of 21, I'm doing the online retreat. Bhante asked me to meditate for 24 hours. I wasn't able to do it. I meditated for 19 hours. In my opinion, I thought I was going into a cessation, but it seems like I probably was more going into a one-pointed concentration, very deep type of meditation, but not truly cessation.
So when you're meditating for 19 hours and you had to stop, what was it that stopped that? Was it pain, or because you have to be in either it's a very uh, painful ordeal to sit for these extended lengths of time, or you're in a state that you don't notice the pain. So what was the case for you there?
It was a state that you don't notice the pain. After about 3 hours of sitting, there's like a breakthrough period that actually does happen, where you go into a very deep state where you don't have bodily sensations. Um, people can touch you. You can feel somebody touching you, but the actual feeling of pain is not there really. It's not something that you feel. And I was not sitting cross-legged on the floor. I was sitting in a chair, and I would try to make myself as comfortable as possible. Okay. I really liked sitting in like the zero gravity chairs. And I really enjoyed sitting in the sensory deprivation tanks. Those for me were amazing, right? And as a matter of fact, I've been in those several times that they actually had to come in and actually get me up out of them because I would extend my sitting beyond what they asked me to, or what I had scheduled myself for. So, but it's definitely the latter. So that happened in November. I finished that retreat. Bhante was super excited with me. He was kind of egging me on to come to Damasuka full time. And he was like, Umberto, just come. You don't have to take on the robes if you don't want to, but please, I want you to. I want you to take on the robes. And I told him, I said, I think this is something I really want to do. I found a lot of peace in the teachings of dependent origination. Understanding the impersonal nature for me was extremely liberating for my forgiveness practice. My forgiveness practice, I'd gone through a lot of trauma earlier on in my life, and that really did condition my reactive nature in my life. I had been a very angry person with a short wig. I would, blow off pretty quickly at people. I would be triggered pretty quickly. So these practices really did work for me. Okay. Um, I will admit, unfortunately, I do have that ringing in the ears that is persistent, that does not stop. I've learned to kind of ignore it, but it does not go away. It's there. Um,
And that started with the TWIM practices? Or did that start with the FitMind app?
that started with the TWIM practices. Yeah, it started back in October of 21. Yeah. Once I went through to like beyond 6 hours of meditation, and there was a specific moment actually where what happened was I was doing the 6 hours. I was doing the 6 hours, and there was a thought or a mental object, a mind object that was coming up that was related to sound or something. And I was just six art, six art, six art, right? And I took a moment, looked at the object, relaxed, boom, that ringing started, And Bhante told me, hey, that's a good thing. The suttas talk about, that the heavenly realms, they have this high pitch, ring, and that's what you're listening to. That's what you're hearing. So that's what I associated it with. And I thought, oh, this is great. The devas are talking to me. But in reality, you're just having some sort of, physiological response to what you just did, who knows? Who knows what it is? I have no idea. I'm not that clever. I'm not that smart. Not that educated. So in February of 22, I go back to see Bhante because he asked me to come see him, and I wanted to be ordained by him. And I could tell, I had some sort of intuition that he was not feeling well. He's not doing well. I was like, I got to go see this guy. So I go in February of 21 to go get ordained by him. And I go. And when I get there, while I'm getting ordained, David tells me, you really don't have to do this. Bhante really doesn't need you here. We really don't want you here. Bhante just want monks here. You're really not special. Nothing. He was kind of like dissuading me from doing all this. Okay. And that seemed kind of interesting. Okay. And he, like I said, I guess I rubbed him the wrong way from the beginning. But even during that time, David was the one that shaved my head. And as he was doing it, he was actually doing it really rough. And I noticed that, and I was like, "There's no loving kindness there. What's going on here?" But these things are just so subtle that you don't pick up on them until they kind of like compound, right? While I was there, that I took on the robes in February, I'm in Bhante's cabin, and he asks me, he begs me, He's like, "Will you please stay? Don't leave. Don't do this as a temporary thing. Just stay." And I said to him, I said, "Bhante, my oldest child is 16 years old." I said, "And I can't do that to him. It's not a financial thing. It's a thing about him not being mature enough to be without his father. I need to be there for him." And I told him, as soon as he's 18, I'll be back. Okay. And he goes, "Well, it doesn't matter what you need to pay for your payments. What we got it all covered." And I thought it was very generous of him to say that. But like I said to him, I said, it has nothing to do with finances. This has to do with the fact that my son's 16 and I need him to be 18. I need to make sure that he's mature enough to me to do this and make sure that he's taken care of, so to speak. So I set myself up for the next 2 years to take care of financial situations and things that I wanted to take care of for my family and for my kids. And that was my goal. So it took me 2 years. It took me 2 years to kind of just maneuver things around. And okay, right at that time, this is February of 22. Okay, ah, this is wild. I'm there with Bhante. And David's actually in the cabin when Bhante's actually offering me all this, and David's looking at me like with this dirtiest look, you know. And Bhante tells David, "This guy's a saint," and um, Bhante had actually like, you know, during the retreat prior, he had actually like I don't know how you say it, but he had like kind of said, "Hey, you are a Sotapanna at this point," and then later on he said, "You're a Sakadagami at this point." Okay, and he had said that because I didn't want to have intimate relationships with my intimate relationship with my girlfriend anymore, and I had, for whatever reason, I didn't want to watch TV anymore. I didn't want to listen to music. I was just happy. I was content. And he had said that, and I said, "I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know what the Sakadagami is. I don't know what any of this is." Later on, they mentioned it. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. But um, Bhante was saying, this guy's a saint. And David's like, a saint, really? And he's like, David, stop. And then David kept on doing something else, you know, like complaining about something, saying something. I can't remember specifically. And then Bhante tells him, if you want to leave, you can leave. So he basically was telling him, hey, you know, you don't need to be here. We don't need you here. You can leave. This was something that was going, there's something going on here. There's something going on here. At that time, Bhante has his like mini stroke. During that visit that I was there, when I actually said to myself, I got to go see Bhante because something's going to happen to him. This guy has a minor stroke. It was a minor stroke because half of his body did not stop working. Else he was having some sort of dementia type of issue, you know, minor stroke. But man, I mean, it could have been induced by the food they were giving him, could have been induced by the behavior of Liam and uh, and David. Okay, we wouldn't even put it past Kirsten. Okay, and I'll explain that later. But he has some sort of like issue, how we kind of like realize it is because he asked me. He sits me down. He's like, Umberto. He goes, I want you to manifest $100 million for the Shriners. And I'm like, how do I do this? Like, what are you asking me to do? Like, I'm not sure exactly what you want me to do. You know, like I just sit down and I do the 6 R's and I um, just bliss out into open consciousness, into open awareness. That's all I do. You know, I don't know sure what you want me to do. How am I supposed to manifest something? You know, apply to sustained thought. I'm not sure. So he's like, just sit down and see yourself getting $100 million and giving it to the Shriners. You know, and then get another $100 million for the Children's Cancer Ward, and then get another $100 million for the Buddhist Foundation or whatever. You know, I'm like, okay. What was going on there is he was having some sort of um, physiological event to his mind. We then have like the Sunday talk, and then he starts talking about how this dimension and that dimension are going to fold in on each other. David quickly did not. I mean, he definitely did not upload that video because it was the downfall of Bhante. He actually started off that speech by saying, "This is going to be an infamous day," and it actually was. Okay. So now that was in February. I leave Damasuka and I tell Bhante, I'll be back in April. I'll be back in April. Okay, I'm not going to take off my robes. I'm going to go hang out in the forest. Okay, I got to go take care of some things. I'm just a Samanera, right? So I mean, and we were only abiding by the 8 precepts, not fully like the 10 precepts, so I could use money. So this was a big one for me. At this point, I'm like in super bliss. I'm really on cloud 9. Okay, I've been able to effectively condition myself to not be depressed. I had really been able to address the issues that I had um, with the difficult people in my life, and as I mentioned earlier, I had become kind of like embodied by compassion. I could truly see other people's suffering. I could see why, through the links of dependent origination, why they were doing these things based on their um, their things that they were taking personal, things that they were craving for, things that they were, attached to, caused them to react this way. I could see their intentions, and it was very easy for me to um, let go of anything that was actually coming up at the time. I have some other major experience. Like it was like what I was experiencing before with well, I'm still in a persistent non-dual state, but now like everything's even more high resolution. Everything is even more. I don't know how to say it. It's like you're super euphoric. It's ineffable. I mean, as a matter of fact, it almost felt like I could actually feel the space in between things. Okay. Um, so I call David. I call David and I tell him, hey, you know, um, I'm experiencing this. And his response to me was like, that's some pretty good acid you must be on. I was I was caught aback by that. At the moment, I didn't know exactly how to react. So I was like, okay. I hung up the phone. And then about maybe an hour later, an hour and a half later, I emailed him. And I said, David, this is not how you react with loving kindness. This is not a compassionate response. Um, I have my robes on. I'm abiding by my precepts. I'm doing everything that I need to do. I'm having an experience. I'm calling you. I'm reaching out to you for assistance, for understanding, for compassion, for some sort of guidance. And your response is you're on drugs. His response was, I think it's the only time he's ever said sorry, and I don't think he's actually said sorry. I have the email, and I can show it to you if you want. But um, he responds, he's like, "Oh, let's please keep this to ourselves. Let's put it behind us, throwing it under the rug, as you've well mentioned in the past, and let's not talk about this." I was like, "Okay, I forgive you, buddy. No problem. That's what I do." And I um, I continue my normal day to day thing. I would be candid that, or let me be forthcoming to say that that statement actually did affect me negatively. So whatever state that I might have been going through, okay, um, through meditation or whatever thing that was not that persistent because this affected it. Okay, and um, I actually turned back to like the lay life because of it. I took off my robes and I went back to my girlfriend, to having relations with her, all because of that one little statement. So all of this didn't really matter because something like that, something as simple as that, can really direct you in the wrong direction. So Sakuragami, I don't think so. Sotapanna, I don't think so. I don't know, but all these things, these things happen like this. So I I then have a pretty challenging 6 months, kind of going, this kind of stinks, like I put a lot of, effort into this, and this is the kind of response you get. Again, uh, some of this has to do with just Mr. Johns' response, just the way how he is. At any case, I forgave it, and I continued my practice. And I got back to my persistent non-dual state. Probably about 8 months after that. So that was February. Okay. April, May, June, July, August, September. Yep, that's about right. September. In September, Delson Armstrong calls me. Or I called him or something. One of us calls each other. We're talking or whatever. And he says to me, hey, I'm going to be in India doing the rounds through India for a couple months. He's like, do you want to come? And I'm like, when you going? He goes, next week. I said, I'll be there. He's like, wow. He's like, you don't have to give notice to anybody. I'm like, I'll be there. So I get my visa, do all my things. Okay. And I head out to India with these guys. This seems to be very interesting to Delson, that I could just, at the whim, head out to India for several months. It also seemed very interesting to Liam, because when I got there, he was like, hey, you don't have a problem with, just coming out? And I was like, why would I have a problem with it? We're in India. So one of the things that happens to me is either I hallucinate or I see things. Okay. And I guess I'm clairsentient or I'm empathic or whatever it might be. I feel a lot. Okay. And I happen to mention it to these guys quite a bit. But I keep my comments to what I would call the leadership team at TWIM. Okay. I don't talk about this too much to, the TWIM meditators. I really talk about it to Liam, David, Delson, Kirsten, that group. Okay. Bhante. At this point, Bhante V passed, and I didn't get a chance to see him. I was really upset and disappointed about that. I was kind of just dealing with just personal stuff at the time, handling some financials and logistics that I needed to deal with. So we head off to India, and our first stop is Dharmashala. When we're in Dharmashala, I happened to see something. I happened to see some sort of, I saw a figure of light. That's what I said. I saw an orb of light. And during one of the discussions that was being had there, the next day, I asked Delson. I was like, "Hey, Delson," because Delson was talking so much about seeing this and seeing that and seeing this and seeing that, and I, on occasion, would see certain things. David didn't like me mentioning these things. He didn't like me saying, that I could see this and that or whatever. He'd ask me to keep it quiet. Keep it quiet. You don't want to do that. I guess Delson's the only one who can do this, right? So I tell Delson, I was like, "Hey, did you see anything yesterday during the discussion?" He goes, "I sure did." He goes, "What did you see?" And I told him I saw a figure of light. And then he went on to elaborate that he saw a deva of light, a male figure, and he was wearing a crown, and he was wearing this, and he was wearing that. And I was like, "Oh boy," like, completely off from what I said, or from what I saw, right? But I kept it to myself. I was like, "Oh, okay, first red flag, first red flag." Now again, I could have psychosis. I could have some sort of some sort of condition. Who knows? why I see things sometimes. Okay, I don't know why. No one's been able to explain it to me. No one's been able to give me some good guidance on this. And I've asked. I've asked for help, and most of the time they, it's like.
So, when did this begin? Did this begin after you started the TWIM practice and meditating for extended periods and sleeping less, or was this something that you had experienced prior?
Candidly, this is something that I've lived with my whole life. Now, as I've been practicing the meditation, it's become more prevalent, right? So, back when I was in the lay life, it would happen maybe once a year, once every 6 months, or something like that. Through the meditation practice, it happens probably like once a month now. Depending on what's happening, and it usually does happen. Um, you know, Honestly, there's no like really set time or set thing that happens prior to it. It's kind of just random. Uh, More like places. It's like based on particular places where I'm at.
Is it always the same kind of vision, or
No. So that was the first red flag for me with Delson, and then the after that. So during that trip, that was the first one. During that trip, I actually saw quite a few things, and I didn't mention perhaps a few of them because I thought that what was going to be done was just agreed to, even if the other person didn't see them. Right at this point, that's what I was going to assume. And but now we went to Delhi. From Dharmshala, we went to Delhi to do a stop there, and then in Delhi, we stopped at one of the meditators' houses to have lunch at this family's home. And as I'm having lunch, I guess Delson was sitting right next to me to my left at the head of the table. I was sitting right next to him. Liam was next to me to my right. And then some other people were sitting next to us. Delson, they're serving the food or whatever. And Delson says in a very aggressive tone, "Serve me." I was like, what's wrong with this guy? And I just, it seems so out of character for an arahat, right? By the way, the first time that I was told that Delson was an arahat was back in the first retreat that I ever did physically there by Liam. Liam's like, if anybody's an arahat, it's this guy. Okay. And all these things are highly suggestive and they're very well orchestrated. It's not just by one person, it's corroborated by another, it's backed up by another, and then it's pushed on forward by this particular group of people. Okay. From from Delhi, we go to. Oh, here's another thing too that I found completely out of character for somebody who's going to be enlightened. While we were in Delhi, Delson rented two cars, a Mercedes Benz and some like a normal standard little like SUV. Okay, and Delson always wanted to be in what he called the Merc. I mean, it was just the phrasing and the way that like showing showing craving for things of value, right? For me, he always wanted to go to the finest restaurants. I mean, I actually got him dinner the night before the last night that I was there at the most prominent hotel in Delhi, which is the one where they had that big massacre or whatever. Um, the I can't remember exactly the name of it, but very classy hotel, has a 5-star restaurant at the top floor. And while we were in Bodh we have a retreat with Bhante Ananda. Bhante Ananda is another TWIM monk who supposedly he said that he felt uncomfortable at Damasuka by Bhante and by David Johnson. So he didn't feel like he could stay at Damasuka because he was felt unwelcome there. Okay. I'm not sure if that's actually true or if that's something that was just said now by them. Okay. And in a effort to make sure that one or somebody or anybody who would want to be a monk at stay at Damasuka wouldn't stay as a monk at Damasuka. Let me repeat that. I think there is a strong motivation to not have ordained, and even more so, fully ordained monks living at Damasuka full time. I think there's some sort of legal document that states that if that happens, they're supposed to be taken care of and handled and financially supported by Damasuka. And I think that that's not what David wants. And I'll explain and I'll go further into that as we go on. So while we were at Bodhgaya and even in Dharmashala, I had mentioned to Liam that I had several properties, and I have one property in Colorado specifically that I wanted to develop, and I wanted to build out some earth ships, kind of like hobbit homes, kind of like a compound for my family, or a community where people could come and do like uh, farming and communal living. And that I found the meditation is something very productive and healing for myself, and that I would be more than willing to allow that to happen there if they wanted it to. Well, it didn't take long for Delson to ask me to donate that property to him. By the time we got to Bodhgaya, he asked me to donate the property to him. Okay. And I said, it'd be my pleasure to. He at that point told me, Umberto, he said, you have a gift for teaching the forgiveness practice, and I think that you should consider that. And I was like, bro, I keep on asking you guys for guidance. I don't get it. How am I supposed to teach anybody anything? It doesn't make any sense to me, but man, what a pat on the back. This sounds great, right? Again, these are all things that are done highly suggestive. And there's something going on here between the community that's happening. It gets so much better now. Okay. So now that happened in October of 23. That happened in October of 23. In January of 24, my son turns 18. And what did I say? I said that when my son turns 18, I will be coming back to Damasuka to get ordained. Okay. So I had a home. I had a property in Lake Worth Beach, Florida, close to the beach, very close to the beach. Beautiful property. I enjoyed it. For me, it was one of my fortresses of solitude. I could walk to the beach. The mortgage on it was negligible, and the house had a lot of equity on it. It was great. I call up Delson. I tell him, hey, man, so I'm going to sell this property and give you guys the proceeds with the property in Colorado. Okay. And he's like, well, let's have a meeting with David. Okay. That didn't really happen, but what actually happened was that Delson asked me to give him just the money, or he asked me also too, that what I could do is I could bequeath the home to him. And I was like, well, you don't want to do that because there's a mortgage on it, so you're going to have some sort of debt to sustain there, so you don't want to do that. I mean, you want to get rid of the property, and I'll take the proceeds out and give it to you. Okay. By the way, I do want to mention one of the things that Delson did on his first retreat when I was with him. I found this quite amusing. One day, I'm outside with Delson and I'm talking to him about forgiveness or whatever, and the things that we should forgive ourselves for, etc. Right? And he says to me something. He mentions to me something very personal, something that I would perhaps consider only a city power could provide information on. However, as I mentioned before, I had spent 30 years in the IT field. And one of the things that I did was I worked for a media ad company. And media ad companies sell demographic list, email list that have demographics to them, right? Most of these lists can be easily seeded. You add information in that's not real. You basically create a box that's like a bot, and it hits up a bunch of sites that you want it to hit, and it makes it look like this person does this, does that, does this, but really that's not true. It's just to see who picks up on it, who buys it, who sells it, and who's doing what to it, right? Well, some of this information is what Delson told me that I found highly interesting, because what I'm trying to tell you is that the psychic things that he mentions can be easily purchased on a media ad list. Okay. So if somebody's, interested in anime mangas or whatever, you can mention something like that because the person just stays all day long on an anime manga website, or buying anime manga, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If somebody sits and does nothing but buy, Bitcoin or something, then that's what pops up. So I found it kind of interesting that the things he would mention have nothing to do with me personally, but actually have to do with my my seated bot. So I found that kind of interesting also, and noteworthy of mention. When I tell him I'm going to donate this money to him, I ask him, I'm like, hey, it's a 6-figure amount of money, should we split the money between, any like Bhante Ananda, which is a twin monk that's in Canada, okay? I had no idea about Bhante Sanchananda, which is going to be my preceptor, and I was being very naive when it came to that, okay? Um, all the suggestions or all the things that I had received from Bhante Vimalaramsi and Liam and David and all that was that, you know the money you donated went into the sangha, and they would use that money for the monks and for the people of the sangha, right? Well, what happened was is that Delson was now going to create a new foundation, the Freedom of Mind Foundation, with Callan McKellen, Andrew McKellen. Guess who's the vice president? David Johnson. Kirsten's also a member of the board, which Kirsten, basically just does anything that David does. By the way, Kirsten and David are in a romantic relationship, which they keep a secret from everybody, but I'm well aware of it. And they asked me to be part of the board. Okay. The only reason why they asked me to be part of the board is because they wanted to keep me engaged, so they would make sure that they got the donation specifically through the Freedom of Mind Foundation, and not have the donation go to Damasuka, which would then tie me in specifically to Damasuka. Does that make sense?
Right. That way they're not beholden to you for anything at that point.
Correct. Okay. I mean, really slimy thing to do. And as a matter of fact, I asked David, I'm like, hey man, you sure you don't want me to send some of this money to Damasuka? No. Just send it over to Freedom of Mind. If anything, we can just go ahead and transfer some over to Damasuka for you. But no, you don't need to. And by the way, Callan McKellen and Andrew are going to be taking care of you. Okay, they're going to be taking care of you completely, and I have proof of this. Have emails back and forth, etc. Okay, this all happened back like in January, February of this year. Okay, because I sold the home in March. The home was sold in March. Okay, and I was trying to get to Damasuka by May 30th because that's when the ordination happened. Okay, so they rushed to open up this foundation. Once they knew for sure, oh, Umberto's sending in the money, we got to do this. So they rushed to open up this foundation. Okay, and I sell the home. The day after I sell the home, I transfer them $105,000. Okay, so I wire them $105,000. Of course, I have the proof of that. Okay. By the way, this actually seems federally illegal, right? Because if they opened up a company or a nonprofit in Colorado, okay, while Damasuka is in Missouri, it crosses federal lines. Okay, they added me as a board member. Okay, just to keep me engaged. As soon as the money cleared and as soon as they were trying to kick me out, they actually removed me from the board without even a vote. Really slimy things to do. So the day after I sold the home, I got the money in my account and I went ahead and I transferred the money over to Freedom of Mind, okay, which is Callan. Callan, by the way, is this character which is the best friend, or he's now a friend, now very close friends with Delson, which is the one character that Delson was mentioning in the video that went to Rishikesh and Varanasi, and they did the Nadi astrology uh, readings. Okay, and I'll just leave that there. I just found that very amusing. Um, Hold on a second. I almost forgot something I kind of want to go back to, if that's okay. David Johnson is a character that says that he likes to do, that he's a really good numerologist. He's a really good numerologist. Again, we go to rites and rituals, okay? Back in February when Bhante was asking me he was begging me to stay there, and that I was mentioning to him, okay, that I couldn't because I wanted to make sure my kid was mature enough and he was 18, etc. Shortly after that, second day after that, David tells me, Umberto, I want to do a numerology reading on you. He does a numerology reading on me, and he comes up with some number. He goes, here it says you're a family man. You're a family man. Oh, you're a family man. Again, suggestions. Suggestions that kind of followed into what I was saying, but really saying, hey, man, go get out of here. Don't stay, right? So now it's February of this year or March of this year. I send them the money. Send them the 105 because the property in Colorado is a 40-acre ranch. That property has a $30,000 debt on it. A very nominal, really small mortgage on it, but it still had a $30,000 debt on it. When I send the 105 over to Callan, I tell him, Callan, the 105 is for you guys as the donation, right? And also so that you can pay off the property in Colorado. Okay. But the property's in my name. So they end up sending me back 40,000. Okay. So that I can go ahead and pay off the property and then put it in their name and then send it back to them because they legally couldn't do it. I think there was some divine intervention here because at this point I was also thinking, I was like, you know what? I think I should maybe have something, like an RV or something, okay, that I can actually park up in the property that's going to be in Colorado if we're going to build it out as a monastery, right? And I had mentioned it to them. I said, hey, listen, this property is for a monastery or for a meditation center. It's not a personal residence for anybody, okay? This is for a monastery or a meditation center. Monastery, really, okay? And I bought an RV so that I can park it up there. I can take it up to the property. We can, continue to develop it. So I took $30,000 from the 40 they gave me back. I sent it to the property company, okay, or 20. I sent 25 or something, and there was like a $8,000 or $9,000 debt left on it, which I didn't pay, okay, and I bought an RV. I bought a used RV, which is what you see here. I'm living in, and this is what I was going to take to Damasuka and hang out in there. And so I tell Callan, I was like, hey, you guys are going to have to make these payments, the payments that are left on this for the remaining 8,000, and the rest of the money, and the property couldn't be transferred to their name, unfortunately, at the time. Fortunate for me later. So now I get to Damasuka. I get to Damasuka for the first time since, God, over a year and a half or so. So I get there, and I have the ordination retreat, which is the temporary monastic retreat that they have in May, and I meet Bhante Satyananda. Liam had been telling Bhante Satyananda that I wanted to get full ordination, and it's true. I do want to be fully ordained, okay? And Bhante Satyananda was really excited about this, really happy about this, and he was super excited to hear that I had renounced all my possessions and I had donated this big property to Damasuka, or to Damasuka. I had donated it to them so they could build the monastery. He was really excited about that. But he hadn't heard about the $65,000 effective cash that I had donated. Okay, they didn't tell them anything about that. They just told them about the property, and that retreat went beautifully. It was amazing. Everybody was doing great. Bhante Satyananda, by the way, he's a very humble guy. He's really kind. He's really he actually embodies love and kindness very well. And he's a great preceptor. He's a great preceptor. I think the only thing that is a little bit challenging is perhaps the fact that there's a minor communications issue with the accent, and the fact that he's really from Bangladesh, right? So there's a minor communication thing, but it's really minor. But it's hard sometimes to really kind of tell him, hey, there's Machiavellian events at play here, right? He doesn't pick up on those nuances, right? So the first retreat happens, and during the first retreat, actually, it isn't at the first retreat. Right after the first retreat, David says to me, and to Liam, hey, you guys really should go to Bhante Satyananda's monastery within about a month or so, because he's having his 6-year anniversary for his monastery opening. And we're like, okay, let's go, So we head off to New York over there. And then we also go to New Hampshire, where Liam's mother lives, to spend a few days there, 10 days or something like that there. While we are there, Liam tells me the creepiest thing. Liam tells me, he's like Upekkhananda, he's like, I think there's something really shady about Delson. He's like, something happened in India. He's like, this guy, there's something wrong with him really bad. He's like, when I was with him during this one time, he mentioned how he learned how to manifest stuff. And he was going on about like how he is trying to manifest nothing but money and power and, having these cities that control people. And he also mentioned about how him and Bhante Ananda, the monk from Canada, had a major financial disagreement about resources that were given, donations that were given in the final retreat that was in, can't remember the spot, but in southern India or something like that. In Jetvan. I was to myself, I'm the kind of person that I hear things and I just keep them to myself. And then I kind of process them. And then after about a week or so, I'm like, what the heck is this all about? So, but right then I thought to myself, I'm like, man, you couldn't have told me this about a month ago. I just gave the guy 65 grand, and the property in Colorado. I'm like, you know, kind of a little bit late notice for,
Had you heard Delson speak about Greg Halpern, his mentor, and his relationship with him? And
he had, he had
because it
mentioned it.
sounds like that's in reference to the things that Greg Halpern had taught him.
Yeah, it was. It was actually, so I had not heard about that, but that's exactly what Liam was referring to. It was when Delson was with that mentor, and because he had mentioned that it was in California with his mentor, and then that's what he had heard, so it was specifically about that mentor. Um, but really, it was more like, hey, watch out for this guy. But I was thinking, man, you could have, if you're my friend and you really want the best, not just for myself, but for Damasuka, you would have told me this earlier. Okay. But in reality, Metananda is a big part of the orchestration of this, right? So these are all things that are done suggestively so that I can now go and have wrong speech and talk bad about Delson. You hear me? I mean, that's what this is about. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm actually having lengthy conversations with Callan up towards the giving the donation. Callan's like sitting, listening in on me, talk about my forgiveness practice for hours without end. And he's preaching about, hey, you should really teach this. You should really teach this. You should write a book about this. You should teach this. You should teach this. You should teach this. This is really driven home. Okay. And I would tell him, I am not ready to teach. As a matter of fact, Callan and Delson and I had a meeting, a Zoom meeting, and we were talking specifically. Oh, yeah, here we go. So here's some memories that are kicking in. So we were having this meeting that was specifically about how supposedly, Delson saying, "Hey, I want to let you know, Umberto, that with this freedom of mind, with the retreats that we're going to be doing, we're going to be charging people. Okay, we're going to be charging people for my time, and we're going to be charging people for online retreats for specific, because what they're doing is their business model is, here, watch these videos, and then you're going to have an interview, and then you're going to be charged for that interview. Okay. And Delson was like, I know I'm going to have a hard time with David with this. That's all David's idea. David's the guy who's always after money. He's the Bitcoin guy. He's the one who's always preaching about, hey, give for the Dana, give for the Dana, give for the Dana, give for the Dana. Okay. So supposedly this is Delson's idea. Okay. But really this is David's idea. Okay. But they wanted to tell me about that. And then another thing, he goes, oh, I want to tell you something else. And I was like, tell me, you're going to get married. I tell him, because those little CDs were kicking in. And he was like, well, yeah. He's like, actually, I'm thinking about having a polyamorous relationship. And I was like, okay, you know. Um, I don't respond to these things. I'm like, okay, okay, okay. I was just listening and going, hey, all I want to do is get ordained, sit in a hut and meditate. I want to make sure that my freedom, my peace, that I achieve the liberation or the freedom from the suffering completely. That's what I wanted to do. Bear with me a moment.
You really have my sympathy here with this, because I know where you're coming from with that. Believe me, it seems like a simple thing to do, to just be allowed to do the practice, and but this is the way Mara shows his influence in the world. Uh, you find yourself suddenly confronted with all these obstacles to doing this very simple thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So to continue this line, this thread, I then go. So we're in New York. We're spending some time in New York with Bhante Satyananda. Great time. I tell Metananda, Metananda, let's go see Bhikkhu Bodhi. Oh, no, we don't have to do that. Why do you want to do that? I'm like, what are you talking about? Every Saturday morning, I listen to the sutta class that Bhikkhu Bodhi has, and I do the meditation with him. I'm in New York. He's probably about an hour and a half away. I said, what's it going to take us? Like, some effort? Come on. This is what we do. This is what monks do, right? So we get in an Uber and we head off to the Zen monastery where Bhikkhu Bodhi's at. We get there, great day, awesome. We get back, and Metananda mentions again about how he's kind of concerned about this thing with Delson or whatever. How he just seems like there's something off with him. There's some shady stuff going on with him, some sketchy stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. Mind you, I don't repeat any of these things. We go to New Hampshire, spend a few days in New Hampshire, and he has one of his friends, Brian Toomley. And this guy, Brian Toomley, so here now I start seeing the orchestration of people. So Brian Toomley tells me and mentions to me that I seem like a really good teacher, that I should be teaching. And I should be teaching specifically the compassion forgiveness practice. And I'm like, hey man, listen, all I try to do is share what I know, share what's actually helped me, release myself from the suffering of these certain characters and certain moments in my life that were very difficult and very traumatic. They've been very helpful. It's worked for me. And that's what I share. There's nothing else I can share. I can't share information about dependent origination. I can only share bits and pieces of what I know, But they were pushing it hard. I get back to, we go back to, no, I go back to Dhamma Sukha Meditation Center while Liam stays at his mom's house because he's trying to write this book. He's finishing up a book that he's doing where he plagiarizes all of Bhante Vimalaramsi's 6R and he makes it a 4R. And then he now as his book is on the 4Rs, but he's basically taken all of Bhante's information and put it in there. No worries. Same thing David did, right? So, what's the issue here? But he does that, and he tells me that there's a chapter in the book specifically about me, about heroic freedom. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. First I've heard of it. There's a chapter and everything in the book about me, but I haven't even heard about it. That's interesting. And I don't know if you saw, but Delson and Callan and David and all of them were running these videos that were on that were promoting the Freedom of Mind Company, the foundation. Okay, and when the last video was about, or the last discussion was about forgiveness. Okay, and in that video, Delson goes, "Hey, let me introduce you to my friend Umberto, who I consider the foremost in forgiveness meditation, the master." I had specifically told him right before that discussion that I'll do this little conversation about, hey, how forgiveness meditation has helped me, but I don't want you to put me on a pedestal. I don't want to be that guy, because they love the fact that I have these cities and that I could see things and et cetera, et cetera. They were really encouraging this. And when he said that, I was like, I actually, for a moment, I thought, what a great teacher. He's trying to really humble me by putting me up there, you know? But then later on, I realized this is nothing more than a ploy to get me to really go the other way and really kind of like, oh, yes, I am a great teacher. Oh, I got all these cities and I got all these things that I see. And let me go ahead and like just spew out about all that, so that later on they could call me crazy and kick me out. That was the kicker. So, because the only person who's allowed to have cities is Delson in the TWIM community. um, so, so now, here we are. Okay, so we were in New Hampshire, and I come back. I spend an evening at Brian Tumley's house because he was hosting me there as I got the flight out of Boston to go back to Damasuka. Liam stayed at his mom's house writing the book, and now I have the second retreat with Bhante Kusala. Okay, this retreat for me was like magical. It was absolutely magical. I have some sort of like super experience. I had a really good sitting, and it was a beautiful retreat. The retreaters were amazing. Everybody was kind of awesome. But I got to meet one individual at that retreat who happened to be a monk prior, and he mentioned how he he took off the robes after about a year, and how he had a cessation experience where he came back and had these experiences or whatever, right? And I thought this character, he was really an intelligent individual, and he said he was having a hard time bringing up loving kindness, and I was like, "There's no way." I'm like, "You seem like a great person or whatever, like let's work on this, whatever, and um, I tried to help him, and I'm sure, and in hindsight, I see that perhaps I think that. So I think what happened is that I think these guys, David, Delson, Liam, uh, I would even lend to say more people that are high in the ranks there, even including some of the monks, but not Bhante Sachananda, not Sachananda. I will exclude him from that. Are part of this orchestrated event, and I think what they were telling him is this guy's pretending to be an arhat, and we got to get him out of the community. He's pretending to be a psychic, and we got to get him out of the community. He's pretending to do these things, and we got to get him out of the community. So I think they said that to a lot of to some of these people that were kind of engaging with me and were talking to me specifically, which were more suggestions that would lend me to go a certain way. Okay, now bear in mind that if you've actually done the work and you've let go of your past, and you are present, you are in the present moment, and now you're in a bubble, you're in a meditation retreat center at a monastery, okay, and your only inputs are this, and you're not concerned about the past, and you're not concerned about the future, how are you going to react? You're going to react with the inputs that you have, right? And we take into account David's affinity for uh, hypnosis. No, his affinity for
Oh,
hypnosis.
hypnosis.
His affinity for hypnosis, right? And his affinity for, I mean, if you think about it, really, if you think about it, if you put somebody in a bubble in a meditation center and you really understand, you actually understand dependent origination, and the people really are present, you really are kind of molding the person kind of to what you really want them to react to. You know, if they're so inclined and so naive to be, right? And not for nothing, if you really are a monk and you really abide by these monk mentalities and you have faith and trust in the community that you're in, you're you're giving it your all. You're not really thinking that they're doing bad things to you because your intentions aren't bad. So if your intentions aren't bad, you don't think other people's intentions are bad, right? So this character, I don't want to say his name because I think he's a really good guy. I don't think he deserves to be named out like that. But he tells me, he's like, Umberto, I think you could actually take over this monastery because you have that charisma. You have this, this way of being by yourself. And I'm like, where is this all coming from? You know? So I was like, it's not what I want. I want to sit out in a forest. I want to sit out in a forest and meditate. That is all I want to do. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Just let me be in my forest hut. Let me meditate, No. Yeah. 1 and 2 and 3 just didn't stop. So in that retreat, I saw some pretty amazing things. I'm not going to go into them because it's not relevant, but um, that retreat was auspicious to say the least. In that retreat, Bhante Kusala said, if you see the Buddha, kill him. Note that this was mentioned in the Steve Guru Viking Delson conversation, okay, with regards to Delson's upcoming document or publication that's going to come out about guru worship. Hey, true, very true. Guru worship creates a dualism, which is not what you want, right? If anything, the guru hopefully is trying to serve himself while he's teaching so that he can liberate himself, right? Or learning from that so he can liberate himself, but not really, creating that separation, which is exactly what Delson does, okay? Which is, hey, I'm here and you're there, right? David actually does it also, and oh boy, does Liam do it, but he does it so subtle, it's actually pretty impressive. So now that retreat ends, and Liam comes back to Damasuka. When he comes to Damasuka, get this, he sees me and he throws himself to the floor. And he goes, my guru, I want you to be my guru. I need you to teach me the forgiveness path. I need you to teach me how to get enlightened through the forgiveness path. Again, here comes the suggestion again about I am the guru, putting me on the pedestal. Delson saying this thing about, here's the master. Okay. David actually asked me to teach to give a talk on the jhanas. Bhante Kusala was telling me that I master the jhanas perfectly. I mean, you see, all these things, and they were really pushing me to teach, really pushing me. Then Callan was also like, you really need to do this. And as a matter of fact, some students reached out and said, hey, would you mind, having one-on-ones with me, about once a week or whatever, and we can go through, what's going on through the practice and, just kind of go through that. Here's another one. Here's another thing. But now that all that was done, now the attacks started. When I had sold my home, gave the donations, and done all those things, I'm a dog person. I love dogs. I've always had upwards of 5 dogs. At one point, I had 22 dogs. Okay, and I had 9 dogs before I went to the monastery. And I had this conversation with David and Kirsten. And I said to him, Damasuka is a pet-friendly monastery. Bhante Vimalaramsi always wanted to have pets. A lot of monasteries have pets. Can I bring some of my dogs with me? They're like, of course. Of course you can, Umberto. Of course. How many dogs can I bring with me? 4. You can bring 4 dogs with you. Okay. I brought 3. I brought 3. The first week I was there, I was told, you have to get rid of your dogs. The first week. Okay. The third week I was told, you got to get rid of your dogs. When Bhante Kusala was there, he told me, you got to get rid of your dogs. I send a document or a URL to Delson with this lengthy article with regards to monasteries having pets. And he goes, you don't need them, get rid of them. Obviously, this was an attack to part of my emotional attachment to my pets, okay, and would obviously make me more susceptible to any kind of suggestions or psychological attacks. And that was the ploy here, okay, was to do that. A funny thing that happened is that one of the dogs that was there at the monastery, when they have a couple stray dogs, and David was calling me the dog wrangler, right? So he wanted me to wrangle these dogs that were stray and kind of, coach them into like being a little bit more submissive. And one of the dogs got bit by a snake, and David was actually pretending to actually care about this dog's condition, right? But he never showed any kind of emotional kind of response to this, right? It was a very ill attempt at actually being concerned about this dog. I sat down with the dog for about 6 or 7 hours, just having it kind of trying to soothe it while it's going through its moment of being bit by a snake. So while I had one of my dogs there, actually two of my dogs needed to get spayed while I was there. One of them had pyomatosis or something that happened, and I had to take it to the vet. When I took it to the vet, while we were driving to the vet, Kirsten tells me this really, really vile statement that I took really kind of bad, but I just kept it to myself. She goes, David feels really bad that you donated all this funds to freedom of mind because your future is kind of uncertain. Now it's like, it took me quite a while to process that one. I was like, David feels bad that I donated all that money to freedom of mind. Mind you, that she's a board member of Freedom of Mind and David's a vice president of Freedom of Mind. Okay, that I donated the money to Delson, who's his poster child, the Pope of TWIM. Okay, because now my future is uncertain. That was an interesting comment. After that second retreat, there was a lovely young lady that she had a beautiful experience during the retreat, and we connected. I think on an emotional level, she's a beautiful person, and we just kind of like kindred spirits, kind of cool people, that kind of just have some sort of connection. And she sends me a handwritten letter to the monastery. And David gives me the letter, and it's completely opened. The envelope is opened. And I was really caught aback by this. And I said, is it common here for the monk's mail to be opened? And he flat out said, yes, it is. And I was like, wow, that's a new one. Then this was another fun one. Metananda's there, and Metananda sends an email. Well, actually, he registers online for the TWIMCon in 2025. David replies to Metananda saying to him, I don't think that you guys will be here next year during TWIMCon because it's going to be during the Rains Retreat. It's scheduled during the Rains Retreat. And there isn't going to be any highly ordained monks there. And you guys need to be supervised at the monastery. So I'm not going to take your registration because I don't think you'll be here. When I register for the TWIMCon, David simply just forwards the email that he replied to Metananda to me. Okay, so now let's unpack this for a second. First of all, Metananda's involved in this whole thing. If not, he's actually orchestrating the whole thing. He's actually the mastermind orchestrating this whole thing. Okay, that's Liam McClintock, and I think he actually said, "Here, I'll send the email. You tell me I can't go, and then you forward it back to him." Okay. So the next morning, while we were at breakfast, Liam wasn't there because Liam doesn't have breakfast. He just eat figs all morning in his cabin. He I had this conversation with David. I'm like, hey David, what's with this response with regards to us not being able to go to TwimCon next year? I'm like, what do you mean we're not going to be here because there's no highly ordained? He's like, Umberto, he's like, this is not a monastery anymore. This is like Spirit Rock. And if you want a monastery, open your own. I'd have to say that I got a very unpleasant feeling from that response of his. And my response to him was an emotional one. I said, David, I love you. I'm sorry to hear this. That was my response to him. And I think Kirsten was emotionally caught aback by it. I think she was like, oh, wow, this kind of sucks. This just happened.
That's a classic sadistic statement on David's part there. It's a setup. They call it in psychology. They call it a double bind, because of course he knew that that was your intention to do on your own. So I'm not surprised to hear that David said that at all, but I am disappointed. I think as you are.
It was very. It was the whole thing has been very disappointing. So then here we go with another one. Bhante Vimalaramsi's cabin has been turned into a memorial, okay, and nobody stays in there, okay. But the only person that or the only creature that stays in there is Trouble, is a cat by the name of Trouble. It's one of Bhante's cats, and Trouble happened to savagely kill a rat. I mean, like tore it to pieces, okay. And Liam actually sends an email to David saying, hey, there's a dead rat in Bhante's cabin. Can you guys handle this? Right? And then again, the next a couple days after, whatever, I'm having breakfast, with David, and David's like, "Hey, I got an email this morning from Metananda about a rat in Bhante's cabin." Again, this is orchestrated by Liam or by David and Liam together. Okay, he's like, "Hey, I got this email from Liam that there's a rat in Liam's cabin or whatever." And I said to him, I said, "Yeah," and he's like, "What am I supposed to do with it?" And I go, "Why are you asking me?" You know? And he's like, and I'm like, "Why don't you tell Jerry or Doug, which are two of the guys that work there as maintenance people?" I go, "Why don't you tell Jerry or Doug to just go pick it up? That's what Liam wants." He goes, "It isn't. He doesn't want to pick up the rat. Nor should he have to. Right? It's not his thing to do." And or maybe it is. I don't know. But um, David's response was, "Maybe I should just forward the email to Liam's mother." Okay. For me, that was a specific attack. As a matter of fact, when he said it to me, I looked at him like, "Are you serious?" I mean, I didn't say anything because I don't respond to these things. I literally stay quiet. Anytime I hear something off the wall, I just stay quiet because I'm trying to process whose insanity is going here, right? Um, and I look at him, and he looks at me with this like look, this side eye, and I was like, I never said that to Metananda. I would never. But he was basically implying that Metananda's a mama's boy. Okay. And what he kind of wanted was just for me to go back to Metananda and tell him, hey, David said this about you, just gossip. What they wanted to do is they wanted to create an air of atmosphere that I am gossiping, but they're the ones who are supplying all the gossip, right? They're the ones who are supplying all this, you know, timber for the wood or for the fire that's not there, you know? And I wasn't going to it. Okay. So now the attack starts happening. These attacks start happening now because the first retreat happened, the second retreat happened, okay? And now we're starting the third retreat, and now is attack mode on Umberto. Now I get this very interesting video from Delson Armstrong. This video that he took in the Himalayas with this guy named Dor. Okay. Colin and Delson and Andrew and David have been mentioning all this thing about how they were going to do a billionaires retreat. A billionaires retreat. And I was like, I'm not okay with that. Like, I'm okay with anybody going to a retreat. What does it care how much money you have to go to a retreat? Okay. As a matter of fact, in one of the board meetings that we were having when I was still a board member, okay, I said, hey, this should not be solely exclusively set aside to people who only have a certain income level. I said, it's not kosher. It's not okay. Don't do it. It's just not good PR. Doesn't look good. Okay. And this guy Dora, from what I understand, is very wealthy, and he was part of the group that was kind of like organizing this billionaires retreat. And this guy's the guy who supposedly Delson got manipulated into creating this document or this video. Okay, so I get this video from Delson, and this video specifically talks about he's bashing Bhante Vimalaramsi, he's bashing the TWIM community to a certain degree, or the TWIM group, and he's bashing Bhante Ananda with regards to, he's just saying some very negative things with regards to these groups and these people. Okay. So he basically goes on and on about how he's not appreciated, about you know, how he was faking his attainment. during the first retreat back in October of 21, how he was just pretending to a certain degree about how, he was acting the way that he was supposed to act. And I was like, wow. I was like, hey, this is a PR nightmare, man. You do not want this thing out. Nonetheless, I knew it was so shady, and it actually corroborated this thing that Liam was telling me about him having a financial disagreement with Bhante Ananda, okay, and how he was shady, this and that, or whatever. So what did I do? I downloaded the video before they, didn't let us have it anymore. I downloaded it as soon as they gave it to me. And that video was given to me specifically so that I can go back to David or to anybody else and go, hey, this thing is not good. Have you seen this? And so I could talk crap about Delson, okay? But what I did was I went to Liam and I go, hey, man, have you seen this video? And he goes, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And all this time, I thought Liam was actually a good person. I really thought that he was actually there for me. I thought he knew how bad David and Delson were, and that this was just between them. And I thought he was actually there for me to try to help me go through this range retreat, and then we could go to SBS, which is a monastery in Malaysia, and get some formal training. It wasn't the case at all. Liam is a huge part of this orchestration of events. Try to, one, I think, break my psyche, have me actually induce some sort of psychosis, okay, and or have me go, oh, here I am, I'm an arhat, also, I've reached full enlightenment. Let me be a teacher. All this BS, right? So here's another one. So now Delson is calling me and he's telling me, hey, I need to talk to Liam because I need to have Liam give me a testimonial for the Freedom of Mind website. And I'm like, so call him. Like, who? When am I a secretary? Like, I apologize for my arrogance here, but the thing is, I've been a leader in my own IT community for quite a bit, and I'm not used to passing off messages to people, right? And typically when something like that happens, I think there's something going on behind it, right? So I said, go ahead and give him a call. He's like, oh, he's not answering my calls. He's like, well, maybe he doesn't want to talk to you, Well, why would he want to talk to me? Again, orchestration of events. What they wanted here is he wanted me to tell him, hey, Liam's mad at you because he thinks you're shady, and then go back and then he said, she said, okay. But I didn't do any of that. And I think they were getting very frustrated by this point because now just all the suggestions started coming at this point. So then, David tells me we have breakfast every morning together, and David tells me he's like we were talking about the temporary ordinations that were happening next year, and there's this one retreater who's really awesome. He meditates. uh, he puts in a lot of sincere effort towards his meditation. He wants to stay at Damasuka as a layperson, but they were not letting him. Okay, they weren't letting him, and he had asked me if he could be my copy. I said I would love for you to be my copy because at some point I want to get full ordination and I'll need one, and I actually see the need for a copy. Honestly, if you're actually going into real deep meditation and you're coming out of these deep meditations, you're having actually some issue walking, or some issues like actually engaging with the environment. So you kind of actually need some help sometimes. And I mentioned, I said, this guy, he should probably take and be a monk, and then, I said, I'm looking for the full ordination, and I hope to do that, at some point here, but I want to get my training in. And David tells me, he goes, I find it completely impossible for any TWIM meditator to become a fully ordained monk. Again, another statement that I found very hard to take in, as if you take into account through a third party perspective that I just renounced what I owned. I just took on the robes. I'm here with you in your environment, not in your environment, in Bhante Vimalaramsi's environment. Okay, and here you are telling me that you don't think, or you think it's impossible for me, basically me, to become a fully ordained monk. So that was the third retreat. The fourth, the third retreat. The first retreat I did, I didn't do any interviews because it was Bhante Sachananda, which was the monastic retreat. Okay, and he did all the interviews. Okay, the second retreat was with Bhante Kusala, and I asked him if I could sit in on interviews. Okay, just as Delson and Liam and Kin sat in on my interview, I wanted to know if I could sit on the interviews because you learn a lot through these interviews. You learn a lot from the people, and you're actually giving some suggestions, and you're helping through your own practice. So you learn a lot from it. Bhante Kusala allowed me to sit in on the interviews with him, and he mentioned afterwards that he could not have done it without me because it was a lengthy process. There was a lot of meditators, and he said that I did well in the interviews. The third retreat, I did. We did. David was leading the retreat, and I sat in on the interviews with him. David really did not like me asking during the interviews if I could suggest anything or if I may ask a question or anything like that. He was really he didn't like it. What I think he didn't like is he didn't want me interacting with the retreaters. Period. He didn't want them to um, have any kind of interaction with me. End of discussion. That was the third retreat. The fourth retreat, David now goes, okay, you cannot sit in the interviews with me. What I'm going to do is that there's 16 retreaters. I'm going to do the interviews for 12 retreaters. You're going to do the interview for 2 retreaters, and Metananda is going to do the interview for 2 retreaters. When that retreat started, the first day, one of the retreaters came in, and I mentioned that I empathize a lot, or I have a certain essence of being empathic, or having certain feelings, or some sort of like cities that come along with that. And this one retreater, I'm very in tune with trauma, very in tune with trauma, and I picked up a lot of trauma on this one retreater, and I said, "Hey, would you mind signing up for the interview with me?" Because we opened it up for the retreaters to go ahead and sign up. And she goes, "Yeah, sure." So um, we went on a walk. We started talking about forgiveness, and I mentioned to her, I said, "Hey, listen, we're not trying to condone any behavior that happened that causes any kind of trauma. The fact of the matter is, we were just trying to recover our own freedom. We're trying to recover our own mental capacity and our own peace. We're not trying to dwell on all these things that happened. We're not condoning what happened, but we need to forgive what happened for your own growth." And um, I mentioned to this retreater that I had gone through a lot of trauma, um, and that this is what helped me. I felt a lot of compassion and empathy for her because I could feel the pain that she was going through. And I pushed her to do this forgiveness practice. And perhaps I pushed her a little too far. Okay. And I see that in hindsight. At any case, she seemed to have an emotional reaction to it. And she left the monastery. She left the monastery that day, which was really the first day of the retreat. Okay. And David came up to me the next morning. Actually, she left the second morning. David came up to me the second morning for breakfast. David has this really creepy thing where he puts this blanket on his lap. It's almost like he's getting ready to do something, but he put his blanket on his lap. It's really like some sort of like some sadistic thing. It's like some really creepy thing that goes through his mind. But it's like he's taking control of something. He's managing the situation. He's the one who's orchestrating all these things. And now this is the home run hitter. Bases are loaded. I'm gonna get you out, and I'm gonna watch you squirm now, right? And it was really creepy, really creepy. But he was like, hey, I need to talk to you. He loves doing this thing. He's like, hey, I need to talk to you. And he takes me up to the library and he goes, this retreater came to my cabin screaming, and that she just that she was screaming, and that you guys, that you talked to her about, this meditation, this forgiveness meditation, and that, she, it was horrible. She had a bad experience, and she had a nervous breakdown or something. She had some kind of event. And I was like, I felt guilty. I felt like I had really hurt this person. And I felt like I am not suited to do this because I don't have the experience, And I said to him, I said, well, maybe this is why we shouldn't be in interviews alone. I just wanted to sit in on interviews. Why did you have me on an interview alone with him? Well, she says that you spent, like 4 hours with her. And I said, I was being compassionate and I was letting her vent what she wanted to express. And at any time that she would go back into that traumatic experience, I told her, hey, you're holding on to this thing right here, this specific place in your body. I said, let it go. Let it go. I go, forgive it. I go, at one point, believe it or not, you have to fall in love with these people. These people who hurt you, you have to actually see their suffering, see their craving, and see them as yourself, as what you see as, it's really what they are, is reflections of the things that you need to overcome yourself, as hard as that may seem, but we need to do that. And I said, I know I pushed her very hard in the forgiveness. And he goes, I think you should leave. And I go, I got a chuckle from it. I go, you think I should leave? I said, David, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this. I said, you guys drove Pavel out of here. From what I understand, Bhante Ananda felt very unwelcomed here. And I feel very unwelcomed here. And now you're asking, actually what he said was this, it was very, very specific. I think you should leave. See, note that he's not telling me, hey, you need to leave. I think you should leave. This is why I actually think that Bhante Vimalaramsi left some sort of statement that says if there's monks, and even more so if there's fully ordained monks, okay, that Damasuka maintains itself as a monastery, but if there are no monks, then it becomes a, I don't know, retreat center, and then it's David's or something. I don't know, right? So I got a chuckle out of it, and I said, I'm not leaving. I said, I'm not leaving. I said, I'm going to do my range retreat. I said, we made a commitment, a determination, and a prayer at the beginning of the range retreat. And you don't break that determination. You don't break it. I said, I'm not going to do it. He was fuming. I mean, he won't show it. His eyes show it. This little thing he does. This little thing he does with his facial twitch that he does with his lip when he goes like this shows he's thinking up things of how to work his way through some other um, action that'll create some sort of another mental uh, uncomfort and then head out. So I tell him, no, man, ain't gonna happen. So we leave that meeting, and I go and I call Delson because at this time I'm still naively thinking that I'm still involved in this group and none of this is happening. I still don't understand. I don't see the full picture yet. So I called Delson. I talked to Delson. Actually, Delson doesn't answer me. He talks to me the next day. And but I talked to Delson. And I told Delson, "Hey, man, like, what's wrong with this guy, man? Like, this is a PR nightmare. He wants me to leave. Like, I just gave everything up to be here. Okay, I renounced my home life. Gave you guys the proceeds from the sale of this house. Okay, gave you this property. I'm over here. There's all this like back and forth gossip that I'm not reiterating back to you guys. I'm not taking it back to you guys. So you guys know that I'm not doing this. And now you're asking me to leave. I said, man, let me tell you something. I said, I grew up in a cult. I was a Jehovah's Witness for most of my life, from birth to 27 years old. Okay. I said, the guy who started that faith, his name was Charles Taze Russell. And by the time he was passing away, like Bhante passed away, this other guy named J.F. Rutherford took over. But when Charles Taze Russell had this, he was a Mason, and he set up what Masons do. You got a treasurer, you have a head, you got a vice president, you have a committee. If there's some issue that happens, you call a committee. The committee brings this up, and then they discuss it. You know. Oh, here's another one. David Johnson had told me that this retreater told him that I was pretending to be an arhat, but then at the same time, she didn't feel safe. And I'm like, which is it? Am I pretending to be an arhat, or do you not feel safe with me? I can understand that the safety thing, because if I'm pushing her to forgive and she's actually bringing up these really negative memories, she's not going to feel safe. Um, so David's like, so I tell Delson, I said, Delson, man, I said, I just want to go into the hut and meditate, man. I said, that's all I am here for. I said, not for nothing, I should not be interviewing this person alone. Why did that even happen? Okay. And and if this person said that I was pretending to be an arhat, did you ask me if I did that? Like, the suggestion was just made that it's like, hey, you're pretending to be an arhat. Oh, hold on a second. You weren't in there. You weren't in the meeting. You weren't in the interview. How would you know that? Why don't you ask me if it's true or not? Or what happened, or did I actually say this, or did I say that? What actually happened? So at this point, I tell David, David, you can keep all this. I'm referring to Damasuka. I said, you can keep all this. This is what you're after, this property and the meditation center and the retreaters. I said, you could keep all this. I said, my inheritance is that of the Dhamma. What I take and what I've gotten from the Buddha's message is the Dhamma. And I said, you can't take that away from me. You can't take away the beautiful experiences that I've had due to the fact of the practice that I've put forth and the moral ethics that I've conditioned myself with, okay, to come to this to this point. I go, you can't take that away from me. I said, I really empathize with what you're going through. And I said, when the range retreat is over, I will leave. I'll be out of your hair. He's like, well, you should talk to Satyananda. You should go talk to Satyananda. Satyananda being my preceptor. So I called Bhante Satyananda and I said to him, hey, David wants me to leave because this retreater had a bad time. And he goes, Bhante Satyananda asked me, he goes, is everything okay? I go, everything's fine. He goes, you don't have to leave. And I'm like, okay, I'm not leaving. I said, after the range retreat's over, I'll leave. I'll go to you or I'll go wherever, But I said, if I don't feel welcomed here, then I'll go ahead and leave. Who wants to be in a place where he doesn't feel welcomed, I mean, even if it's a monastery, who wants to be there? It's definitely not edificating for your practice. So David calls me back into another meeting and he goes, so did you talk to Bhante Satyananda? And I go, yeah. He goes, well, what did he say? And I go, why don't you call him and ask him? He didn't like that. By the way, I have that recorded. Missouri, by the way, is a one state consent, one party consent state. So legally, any conversation that's had just myself and him, I can record. Okay, and I don't have to tell him anything about it. And I've been recording almost the entire time. So all these conversations that I'm talking about, I have recordings for. So whenever anybody says, "Oh no, they didn't say that," I can pull out a recording and go, "Well, here's some proof." So then he asked me. So the thing is that you have to understand that when David said this to me about that he thought that I should leave. Okay, I had even though I giggled at him and I laughed at him. This is my laughter and my humor usually comes out when I'm when I'm going through a difficult moment. I don't know anything about psychology. Like I said, I'm not a smart guy. I was only a good engineer. That's all I was good at. So I don't know anything about psychology, and it's probably one of the things I should really learn more about. But when this happened, I was having a very difficult, unpleasant time. At the same time, it was interesting because I was looking at all these things as just feelings. And that was actually very helpful for me in the process, right? So regardless of the fact that they were really trying to break my psyche, and to a certain degree they actually had like a success with regards to having a partial, like a momentary, psychosis. I had like a moment of like, what the heck, this is crazy, and I got scared, and even after leaving one place that I was at, I had to leave because I felt like I had to move because there was just this fear that was being induced. So, and I'll explain that in just a little bit. I apologize. This is getting dragged on, but I mean, I know the information is worthy, I think, of this. So David asked me to leave, and then I go talk to Metananda because by this I still think he's my friend and he's there to support me, to help me through this really shady thing. But I really think he's the head of this orchestration. I tell him, I said, hey man, this is not wholesome. I said, this isn't wholesome. How do you take a person who, one, Bhante Vimalaramsi really wanted me to be at the monastery. Two, I've given up the lay life. I've only ever done TWIM. I haven't ever done any other type of meditation practice. This is the only practice I know and do. So I'm a TWIM meditator, TWIM practitioner. I've given you $65,000 plus a 40-acre property, okay, for, you know, for resources for Damasuka, okay, and there's a retreater who, yes, had a difficult moment, and because of that, you just want me to like just leave, and then what? What am I supposed to do? Like, what's the contingency here? You know? Oh, you don't care, obviously, right? So, and I tell Metananda, I said, you know, these feelings are coming up, and I can address them, but I said this is not a wholesome behavior for a monastery or anybody who's helping a monastery help a newly, you know, ordained monk to continue his practice, you know, in a proper way. I said it's not cool. At this point, David and Delson tell me, well, we think you're meditating too much. And I'm like, hold on a second, but what's the purpose here? This is what you guys ask us to do. I mean, Bhante's asked me to meditate for 24 hours straight. What do you mean I'm meditating too long? Okay, they were saying that because I actually sat for like a prolonged period of past 30 hours, right? And they were like, you know, oh, you know, he's meditating too long. Yeah, we're concerned about you. Hold on a second. You asked me to leave, and now you're concerned about me? I said that meditation happened 2 weeks ago. You know, oh no, this is more about when you left the the meditation center to go look at some property or whatever. Because I went to go, they had some property they were selling down the street, and I went to go check it out because I thought, worst case scenario, I'll buy some property down the street, and then I'll come get food every day. What are they going to do? Not give me food? If I come as a monk for Pindapat at the monastery, you think they're not going to give me food? So I was like, I'll just do that, right? I think this is very naive, but a wholesome thought, right? Like, but you know, they could care less. That was not their purpose. Again, the purpose was to say something that, you know, to try to show like if they're actually interested in you or care about you, but not obviously all the things that they've done prior show otherwise. You know, their actions really don't follow suit to what they're saying. Right? Their actions are completely sadistic, Machiavellian, you know, and not wholesome. I don't think there's a Sotapanna in a lot of them. You know, in the Sotapanna, you actually have to act with loving kindness. Your thoughts, actions, and speech are with loving kindness, right? None of that there was done with that. During that time, I actually told David, I said, Bhante would be disgusted with you. He supposedly took this the wrong way. He could care less. But this was the only thing that they had to come back to me that Metananda told me, well, you used wrong speech. And I go, when did I use wrong speech? He says, well, you told David that Bhante was disgusted with him. And then I thought about it. I go, oh, okay, I guess that's wrong speech. So what do? I asked him for, or I apologized for it. I went up to David and I said, hey, listen, if you considered this wrong speech, I apologize. It is not my intention. My intention is to let you know that what you did is wrong. Okay. At that point, David tells me that, oh, by the way, the recording that I have of him, I actually I tell David, I said, I'm not leaving. I will wait till after the range retreat is over. And after the range retreat is over, I will leave and I'll be out of your hair. He had a weird look on his face. I mean, I can't even describe the look on his face because I honestly think he's some sort of either sociopath or psychopath. Definitely does not have emotions or feels emotions. I know he feels fear because I was looking at him at one point when he asked me, he goes, you know, it's not understandable why you donate all the money to Freedom of Mind. It's like, you asked for all that to happen. That's what you wanted, is me to donate the money to Freedom of Mind. But at that point, I was very close to him, and he actually kind of like, it's almost like he flinched or like he got scared. And I was like, that's aversion. You know? Um,
Yeah, the psychopath, which I certainly agree that David is one, they feel emotions uh, with regard to themselves. It's the empathy that's lacking. So often they will tear up in a certain circumstance, and it's not because they're sorry for what they did. It's because they're sorry that they got caught. They're fearing their own what's going to happen to them in the future. So that can be that can make it very difficult to recognize this because you do see some displays of emotion, but if you understand the context, you realize, well, it's actually emotion for themselves. It's coming from a selfish place, a self-centered place.
right, right. So, so now that retreat. So at that point, David asked me. Well, I told him I'll be out of your hair when this is over. He's like, "Well, we wouldn't want you to stay." You know, he says it all sarcastically, right? Um, and and he asked me, he goes, "Well, what does Mitananda say about how you're reacting to this?" And I go, "Why don't you ask him? What is all these things about you want me to tell you what other people are saying?" You know, I was like, "Ask him." So at this point, he asked me not to communicate with any more retreaters. Okay, and I'm like, not a problem. On several occasions, I had mentioned to them that what I wanted to do was I wanted to observe noble silence, and they always refuted this. They said, no, 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 no. Listen, you can do noble silence with the retreaters, but not with us. That's very convenient, right? But candidly, what that was specifically was for was so that they can continue to do their suggestions and manipulative activities so that they could coerce me out of there. So now, during this retreat, a very beautiful person, there was a Sri Lankan gentleman that was at the second retreat with Bhante Kusala. This gentleman was an absolute gem of a person, a beautiful expression of the universe, candidly. You know, he was uh, very appreciative of his family that would allow him to go to the retreat. He put in sincere effort, and you could see that he had a beautiful reaction from the meditation, and it prevailed. It sustained him. It continued to be with him. It was great. I hope he continues his practice so that it persists. He had asked David if he can come and donate lunch to the retreaters and to the monks. Okay. And I made a very fond connection with this individual because in that retreat, I had a very powerful meditation that when I came out of that meditation, he was the first person that I saw. And there was some sort of connection there because of that. Right. And he he donated the lunch, and David tells us, "Oh, there's Sri Lankans that are going to come, give us lunch or whatever. Be ready for that or whatever." He doesn't mention that it was this guy, and he wanted us to do a pindapat run, round around the meditation center, and then do our blessings for them. When I see that it's this individual, I get completely emotional. Like I get this huge burst of emotions that come to me because what happens is this. I experienced the absolute beauty of being at the meditation center when it was perfect, when I was still in that bubble of what I was craving, what I really wanted, which was like this beautiful community, okay, and that everything was perfect. And and I had that, and now it was taken away. So you have the positive feeling, you have the negative feeling, right? And now they're here giving the lunch, and it felt like, oh, here I'm experiencing for just one more moment. It's kind of like having that last moment with your lover, you know. It's like your last moment with this thing that you really care about, but it's gone now, right? But you at least get to appreciate that last moment. So this huge rush of emotions were coming up, and I was crying, and I was, uh, I was overwhelmed by the feelings, and they were positive and negative at the same time. And Metananda's there, and I told him, I said, I'm having this rush of emotion. I need a moment. And David's there screaming at us, like, come on, guys, come on. Everybody's waiting for you, and he knows exactly what he did there. He didn't tell me that what this was. It's literally like this guy really knows how to play people's psychology just to actually have them break, you know? Um, so we went on our Pindapat, and I had a great afternoon with that retreater. He brought his family, his kids, and it was so amazing to experience that moment with them. Things that I truly appreciate from those moments. It has nothing to do with David, Delson, Liam, or anything. That has to do with the Dhamma. It has to do with the Sangha, that truly the Sangha, the one that really cares about um, truth and the Dhamma, and finding that, and actually living it. Okay. Now it starts getting a little creepy. I find an animal with a broken neck on one of my plants. So when I came to Damasuka, I brought two Bodhi trees and an orchid. So I find a dead animal on my orchid, and I'm like, "What is this?" Then there's another dead animal several days later, around there somewhere. Liam, I asked Liam, I'm like, "Hey man, did you see these dead animals?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I put that there so that we did blessings for him, and send him off." And I was like, "Okay." Liam's actually a little bit creepy. Like his he actually looks like he might be also a little bit either sociopathic or psychopathic. Okay, and if that's not what it was, he was actually pretending to be that way. But if you actually look, I've actually never seen him actually display bits of emotion. Also, even despite what you just said too, but like I haven't seen him do that ever, honestly. And anytime that I have seen him do, you could tell it's fake. Like I've seen him fake cry. It's kind of amusing. This is actually shortly before I actually left. And I left about, I think, 7 days before the Vasa ended, or maybe 10 days before the Vasa ended. Okay. Delson Armstrong sends me a text message, a WhatsApp message. I'm supposed to be going to SBS, which is a monist sanctuary in Malaysia, with Metananda. Okay. So that we can get formal training for our higher ordination, right? And Delson sends me this text message that says, "Hey, I typically wouldn't do this, but I have an intuition and I foresee that your time spent at SBS will not be fruitful and that your life is in danger. That um, there is going to be a life-threatening event at in Malaysia at SBS, okay, and that your life is in danger." He mentions it 3 times, basically threatening me, okay, or basically saying, oh, he's taking the route of, I'm a psychic, I have all this intuitive power, and I know for a fact that you're gonna something's gonna happen to you, and your life is gonna end at SBS. Meanwhile, I'm getting dead animals on my plants at the monastery. Okay. And Metananda's over here, like acting like Psycho from the movie. Okay, so very creepy, very creepy. Okay, and to be candid with you, I actually was feeling demonic forces at play. I was feeling the Mara in these characters. Okay, and I was actually becoming very alarmed by it. And as a matter of fact, I think it was more than like 3 occasions where I had to take my top robe, because if I'm in my RV, I usually just have this on, right? But and I sleep in my lower robe and this, but my top robe I usually don't put it on unless I'm actually like going into the Dhamma hall, or if I'm going to meditate. But anytime I felt these demonic forces at play, and I actually felt a really strong negative energy around me, I'd take my robe and I'd put it on. I'm like, I'm ready to go, man. I'm good. Are you good? Come on. I love you. Let's do this. Right. Um, and I told this to these guys. I go, hey, you know something? You know how I think you're ready? When you know that you're ready to face the devil himself, and you're ready to give him a hug and tell him, it's okay. I love you. Let's go. Let's do this. Um, Notwithstanding, I was actually, prior to that, I still had not like completely taken in that this is Metananda who's actually doing a lot of this. Okay. I don't know why. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that my first my first positive experience with meditation was due to Metananda's application FitMind. And that actually got me out of my depression. And that positive reinforcement I always had with Metananda. Metananda always treated me with a lot of love and compassion and loving kindness. And most of the time, he's always talking really good. But, if you pay attention very closely to all these things, he's a major part of these orchestrations. If not, he would not be telling me, hey, Delson, is this great guy, or no, Delson's shady, Delson's sketchy, Delson this and that or whatever, and then Delson's coming, hey, I need to talk to Nitananda, and all that happened. Okay, so now this is like the day before we leave, the day before I leave, and a lot started clicking in even more with regards to Metananda. He says that he wants to do a guided meditation with me, and he does this guided meditation about trust, and that he trusts me. Or no, he's just doing a general trust meditation, right? He's like, trust, 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 trust this, trust that, trust this, trust that. And he goes, and I trust you, Upekkhananda, I trust you, Upekkhananda. I stop the meditation. I go, hey, man, I haven't given you any reason not to trust me. What are you doing? And he's like, oh, that's the theme of my Vasa. I go, okay. Why are you reiterating to me that you trust me? Like he even said, I trust you. You get that, Umberto, right? I trust you. I'm like, what's going on here? It then clicked completely. And at that retreat, Callan had showed up. Callan and Callan, I didn't know he was involved also, but mind you, he's also the guy who's been telling me that I should be teaching my forgiveness practice. I should be teaching my forgiveness practice. I should be teaching my forgiveness practice. When Callan was there, I told Metananda, I go, hey man, if you think Delson is shady, then your next victim is Callan. Callan, from what I understand, his father has some money. They live in Hawaii in a beautiful home, and they started this foundation. I mean, So far, the money they used for it was mine, but you know, and he had mentioned that he had to put some money towards it, and like opening up a foundation costs a couple grand, like big deal. But um, from what I understand, they're well off, or what to do family. And I said, he's the next victim. I said, if he's your friend, you should tell him. And Madananda's like, well, that's not my place. He's best friends with Delson, and he could take it the wrong way. And I'm like, I think trying to excuse the fact of why he didn't tell me, so to speak, right? And he goes, you should tell him, Umberto. You should tell him, right? Well, David earlier had given me a USB drive, and it had a virus in it, and of course my software picked up on it, but and it didn't affect my anything. But I told Callan, I said, you know, in the corruption, there's corruption, right? I mentioned the USB drive, but then I said, in the corruption, there's corruption. And he goes, what do you mean? I'm like, well, in the scene, there's the scene, the heard, the cognizer, the cognized. Well, in the corruption, there's some corruption. And that was my way of trying to allude that something was going on. And then at the morning breakfast meeting or whatever, um, I told them, I said, hey, we have the thing that we say, trust but verify, trust but verify, trust but verify. And he's like, oh yeah, they do that also in cryptocurrency. And I go, yeah, I guess so. Callan started acting very strange around me. Like if I was doing something off. Again, these were all suggestions to kind of break my psyche. Have me, first of all, he told me I can go ahead and open up my own monastery. I don't see it's impossible for a TWIM meditator to become a fully ordained monk. You can, this is not a monastery anymore. This is Spirit Rock. This is a lot to challenge my safety, my security. If you're a newly ordained monk, that has a lot to do with you, or your place in your mind. And this was continuing that pattern. And now Callan and his father were the people who were going to be supporting me, right? So I gave all this money to Damasuka via freedom of mind, okay? And these guys were going to support me, but now, not now. Oh, so that was actually when they had a meeting where they took me off the board because I was going to be at SBS and in Thailand for the next 3 months, and I wouldn't be able to attend meetings. And a monk really shouldn't be on the board. Well, Bhante Vimalaramsi was on the board of Damasuka his entire life, and Bhikkhu Bodhi is on the board as the president of BAUS. So that's BS, right? It was just to get me off the board so that they can add someone else on, and who knows if that person actually knows anything about this or whatever, right? At this point, I basically said, okay, I don't feel welcomed here. They got some money. Big deal. Money's money. I mean, I think for the majority of Americans, it's a substantial amount of money. But if you think about it in a third party perspective, no matter regardless of what anyone has or anything like that, if you have a person who gave up their home life to be in a community, and they trusted the community, they trusted the leadership of the community, they trusted the sangha itself. It's one of the gems of the triple gem, right? That you get to have refuge in, and you go to have refuge in it, and what's happening is actually you're basically a psychological pincushion for them. And if it doesn't meet their narrative or framework, then let's go ahead and induce a psychosis, which is a really um, appropriate place, I guess, to do it, right? Under the circumstances, right? If you're present and you don't have much in your mind, it's easy to do it there. That's what I experienced. I felt betrayed. I felt like I couldn't turn to anybody because everybody was actually in on it. Um, And that's actually what happened. So the day that I was leaving, the day I decided to leave, I come out of my RV and there's Mitananda pretending to cry, and he's like, they're trying to ruin our relationship now. Like, basically, you've already ruined your relationship with David. You've ruined your relationship with Delson. You've ruined your relationship with Callan and Andrew. And now they're ruining your last relationship, which is with him, right? And it was like the worst fake cry. He's like, um, Delson is saying something like, information that I've given to you has gotten back to him. Mind you, I haven't said anything to Delson except for the fact that if you want to talk to Mitananda, go ahead and give him a call. Okay. And then I get this audio message from Delson that says, hey man, I just talked to Mitananda and I told him what you said, and he said that he didn't say anything. We're not going to do the he said, she said, or whatever. But you're not fit to be a monk. You are crazy. You need psychological help. Okay. And go get some help. You're not fit to be a monk, etc., etc. Like, I didn't even know he had the option to do that. And I was like, listen, I'm not going to stay where I'm not welcomed. And I grabbed my things. And before I left, I went into Mitananda's cabin and I said, hey, started my recording before I got in there. And I go, hey, I didn't tell him I was leaving. I go, let's call Bhante Satyananda. I want to say hi to him. That's our preceptor. And I call Bhante Satyananda and I say to him, hey, how are you, Bhante? Oh, we're good. Bhante Satyananda wanted me to go to his monastery after the rains retreat because he was going to Bangladesh right now. Okay, he was going to be in Bangladesh right now. And he wanted me to go over there to help him to stay at his monastery alone, okay, while he was in Bangladesh, to help take care of his monastery while he was over there. Okay. So now I've decided I'm not going to go to Japan or to Malaysia or to Thailand with any of these folks. Okay. Even though I already had all the flights and everything, I'm not going to do any of that. Called Bhante Satyananda and I said, hey, want to ask you a question. If my safety and security is in question and the current environment is not conducive to proper meditation, can I leave? And he's like, what's going on? What's wrong? I go, well, why don't you tell him, Mitananda? Tell him what's wrong. Mitananda's sitting right next to me. He goes, nothing's wrong, Bhante. Nothing's wrong, Bhante. And I go, there's a lot wrong, Bhante. There's a lot wrong. And I said, I don't feel safe. He goes, is your meditation being affected by this? I absolutely being affected by this. And he goes, well, there's only 10 days left in the Vasa. And he goes, and it doesn't matter. You're a novice monk, so the Vasa doesn't apply to you anyways. So it's okay. You can go ahead and leave if you need to. He goes, it would be good if you come here to my monastery and help me. I go, oh, actually, I actually told him, I said, you wanted me to go to your monastery. Would you like me to go? I will go. He goes, I thought you were going to go to Japan and Malaysia and Thailand. I go, no, I don't think that's going to happen anymore, Bhante. Yeah, remember that there's a little bit of a communications barrier here. And he goes, yeah, it would be great if you come. Okay. By the way, I'm not currently there because when I was going to go over there, David called him. And I'm sure he also talked to Bhante Kusala. Okay. And they told him a bunch of nonsense lies. Okay. That he basically said, no, don't come. When I come back from Bangladesh, then you can come to the monastery with me. Okay, while I'm here, you can stay with me 15 days. If everything's okay, then you can stay another 15 days. you know? That's actually when I would prefer you releasing this video, is after I spent some time with him, so he actually understands that I'm a good guy, because I really do think that there's some sort of monetary, not monetary. Listen, money's nothing. Money comes and goes. Um, it's the fact of the matter that uh, I think these guys are doing all of this because they don't want monks at the monastery, but they want to use monks so that they have the image that they can portray of this sila, but there's no sila there, right? So I leave. I leave. Okay. And when I leave, I grab. Oh, wait. So we have that conversation with Bhante Sachananda, and I continue the conversation with the Matananda, and I ask him, "This is the day that I left." And I said, "Hey, man, did you see me doing anything wrong while I was here during the retreat?" He goes, "No, you're a great monk." I go, "Did you see me having any kind of mania or any kind of manic experiences?" Or he goes, "Listen, when I first got back from New Hampshire, you had a lot of energy, but that's all I saw. And there I got it on recording. So when he can talk all the stuff he might want to talk, or someone might say, oh, well, Metananda said that he was doing this because David's over there in his cabin orchestrating his stuff. Kirsten's over there, just waiting and to write some emails up or whatever. Rose and these guys, there's only three people in the monastery. There's only three people in the monastery: David, Kirsten, and Metananda. And if I have a psychotic break, who do you think induced it? Is it induced by meditation, or is it induced by the environment that you're in? And candidly, uh, when I left, I was having what I would consider some sort of negative experience, uh, where I felt demonic forces at play that were attacking me, and that uh, provided some. It's not an environment you want to sit in and go, yeah, I'll just meditate in this. It's not okay. So I left, and then Bhante Kusala calls me up, and he wants to know all this stuff. Oh, what's going on and what's happening? So I go, man, listen, I think you're part of this. I think you're part of this completely. Okay, and I have not recorded him because he lives in Boston, and that would be illegal. Okay, um, but there's no doubt in my mind that he's part to play in this. Which I find very disappointing also, because he is an ordained monk for over 20 years or something like that. And it's just sad to see that, right? But it's just the one or two words that coincide with all these other things that people are saying that come to play in that. And this is done so well. It's done so subtle. It's done by, just small phrases, small things at the right times, right? But there are attacks that are constant, and these attacks induce a behavior that is not conducive to a proper meditation environment. So now, I am looking forward to. Well, I'm, as you can see, I'm in a little forest. I'm actually in a property that's in Jacksonville, Florida. It's sitting on 5 acres, and I have infrastructure here to run my little moving Dhamma. uh, and I'm hopeful that uh, next month, when Bhante Sachananda comes back, I can explain this to him. As I say it to you now, I know, I come across as not as eloquent as like somebody like Metananda would come across, or somebody like Delson. right? They're very charming. I'm not like that. I'm rough around the edges. I grew up in a tough neighborhood. But uh, the sincere effort is there, and the striving for liberation is there. And it's just sad to see that. Let's say, I have some sort of mental. Let's say I have some sort of psychological condition or whatever, and they knew it. Let's say they knew that, and they took advantage of it, or they just took advantage of somebody who's naive or gullible. Okay, or somebody who is like perhaps in an emotional state coming off of depression, um, that they could sway into doing this because that's how it feels like. Um, there's a lot of religious organizations that do this, and this seems to not fall far from it, unfortunately. So I'm looking forward to hopefully going to being with Satyananda for some time, and then he would see, who I really am, and not what they're just saying to him. As you can imagine, Metananda could say something to him, David could say something to him, and they're tied in, right? And there's this financial um, gain from going there for them, right? They go and they do a retreat. There's 20 retreaters. You have those resources from that, and then you also get, some sort of platform that's out there that you get your face out. So I could see that he might have some interest in. That's unfortunate, honestly, because I think really what they should be paying attention to more than anything is the suttas, and how one would abide by them, and live by true moral ethics and true sila. So yeah, man. Oh, so they actually didn't get to keep the property in Colorado. And the funny thing was that they actually told me that um, when they kicked me off the board, they said, "Oh, you can sell that property, and then you can use that as your resources, and we'll give you that as a donation." I was like, "Thank you, very, very generous." So that's the story, man.
Was there some legal red tape reason why they couldn't use the
That's correct.
property or keep it?
Yeah, that's the reason why they couldn't. Because what happened was is that the property's in my name, and there was a balance due on it. Okay, I gave them $105,000 so they could go ahead and pay for the property completely, but they could not do it by themselves. They couldn't pay for it by themselves. If they did that, we're gonna have some kind of tax issue, and there was some issue where they just couldn't do that. So they gave me back from the 105. They gave me back $40,000. From that $40,000, I paid 29,000 of the property, and there was still a remaining like 8,000 or something left on it. I kept that other 10,000 so I could buy the RV so I could take it. And then afterwards, I told them, "Hey, listen, well, there's still a balance of $8,000. We're gonna have to pay that off, okay? And then you can have the property." But they never did. They were making payments. They made like 3 payments on it, and that was it. And then the property stayed mine. So there's legal red tape that basically couldn't keep it because of that.
Well, it's fortunate that it worked out that way. I think they would have been happy to keep it, obviously, if there weren't some problem.
Absolutely.
So when you were there at Damasuka, you had this one case where a student had a very bad experience. Did you witness any others that you weren't involved in, or had you heard about the others, like what happened to Pavel, or was that all kept suppressed even from you?
Those are all kept suppressed, but I will say this, okay? So here's a crazy thing. I forgot to mention this throughout the story. That person who had that bad experience, okay? She actually did the forgiveness practice that I had given her, or she did the forgiveness practice, okay? And she actually had a breakthrough. She actually had a good experience from it. And then she came back. Well, she didn't come back. She tried to come back to tell me about it. And I told David, I said, I'm not going to see her in person. I said, if you want to have a Zoom call, fine. But, and he was so creepy about this. He comes up to me, he goes, oh, the thing that you did actually worked for her and she had a great experience from it. So now she wants to come and explain what she did. What he was trying to have her do is have her say that I was pretending to be an arahat or I scared her or something like that. So we have this Zoom call, and I start off the call by telling her, hey, listen, I want to tell you that I'm candidly very sorry if I pushed you too hard in that meditation. I'm really sorry about this, okay? But I'm really happy to hear that you did well. And she said to me, and I have that recorded also, and that was also a legal recording because we asked if we could record it, and I just happened to audio record it also. She said, Upekkhananda, there's nothing you have to apologize for. You didn't do anything wrong. David didn't like that. David wanted to keep on the conversation going onto where he could coerce her into like saying things about how I was pretending to be an arhat or how she got scared because the traumatic experiences that were brought up, scared her, etc. Right? Yeah. So that happened. Okay. Throughout my time at Damasuka, I personally experienced one person out of every retreat would leave. One person out of every retreat would have to leave Damasuka because of that happening. Because of either they were pushed too hard in the meditation, or David would basically say something to them in an interview that nobody would know, and the person would like get something would happen to them. They would get some sort of like manic type of reaction and would have to leave, or the person supposedly was evil. Here's another creepy thing David would do. I guess David thought that I just hallucinate constantly, and he would constantly do these suggestions where if anybody was talking about hell realms, he would like, oh, I want to hear. I love hell realms. He would constantly. He said that there was some retreater that saw uh, yakas or demons in the woods by this one section, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go check it out. He would just say all these creepy things, right? And it's almost like he was trying to suggest that I would hallucinate that he's some sort of demon. Okay, he actually said in one of the retreats that there's a condition where people see demons' faces on normal people's faces. Okay, almost kind of like saying it so that I would say, "Oh yeah, I see it on your face." You know, really, really just, and that's the kind of suggestive behavior that you saw constantly with them. And let me go back. Okay, October of 21, there was one guy in the retreat who had to leave because he was basically having some sort of manic episode. Okay, what happened? They asked him to meditate for long periods of time. In the retreat, you could see in the interviews, some people were just being pushed too hard. They were just, and part of it is this thing about, you know, oh, if you do this well enough, you're going to be a Sotapanna. They're talking about, this gradual training and that, the 10 fetter model, is not relevant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But in the retreat that David led, he was like, oh, we got a Sotapanna in this retreat. Okay. So he's there. He is, alluding that somebody's a Sotapanna when, how would, the Bhagavad Gita says you can't take somebody out of quicksand when you're in quicksand. Okay, how would you even know that person is a Sotapanna? I get it that he's been in the meditation, arena for God knows how long. But This is just pushing people to really have this competitive spirit with meditation that pushes their efforts way too far, and then there's some sort of reactive effect to it, at least from what I could see.
Right, and that touches on the TWIM cessation experience, because I believe what in David's process, what he's doing is in the interviews, he's asking people, did things seem to go out? And if they, give any hint that yes, that was the case, boom, there's Sotapanna.
Oh, there's actually suggestions to it. They're actually leading questions, which is kind of
Right. I
nonsense.
know it's kind of a leading question, right?
Hmm.
So about that, like, what was your experience with the TWIM cessation? It sounds like you got to the point where you could do that for long periods of time. Was that usually the state that you were in these long meditations,
Yes.
or was it something else?
Well, candidly, I don't even know anymore because I haven't actually practiced with other teachers besides them, and obviously their intentions weren't wholesome towards me, right? My experience um, with cessation, or with what we would consider, or what I don't know what I would even consider it, but it's um, like a comatose state. There's no perception. It's a conscious experience of an unconscious experience. You're see, but it would be conscious. It would not be unconscious. You know, they talk about uh, losing. Was it perception, feeling, and consciousness? Right? You would lose perception and feeling, but I wouldn't lose consciousness. I would maintain my consciousness. Right? If I lost consciousness, it was for just a moment, literally for just a moment, maybe a few, maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes. Right? And then you come back and what you're experiencing is completely different, right? That's where you actually, where I actually feel that there is definitely something that you're engaging with that is uh, of the other world, that you can't really explain, and things become very clear, and there's of a reality of anything that you might have to correct or fix comes very poignantly to your forefront of your mind. But it's utter peace and sublime experience from coming back.
It's interesting. I've certainly thought a lot about what people might be experiencing in the case of the TWIM cessation. But I do think that's a big part of why they're rushing people in the retreats and encouraging them to sit for these very extended periods. It's to try and get to that TWIM version of cessation in the retreat so that they'll have an experience. And of course, when you tell somebody that they're a Sotapanna, you can expect a generous donation to be forthcoming, right?
Mm, I get it. Okay. I never even thought about that. I see it.
Well, how do you feel about all these differences between the TWIM doctrine and the suttas? Is it Was that something you gradually became aware of? Or, if you didn't have any meditation experience and you didn't have exposure to the Dhamma before coming to TWIM, then you would just accept all their interpretations without question, right?
That's correct.
Did you did you notice that some of the suttas didn't really seem to match what they were teaching?
With regards to perception, feeling, and consciousness, that I noticed, right? Because it only says perception and feeling. They added the consciousness aspect of it, right? I think the only thing that I noticed was this: that they would just say, "You're a Sotapanna," right? But how would you know if that person's actually a Sotapanna if you don't spend time with that person for a prolonged period of time? That person has to actually let go of their rites and rituals. That person actually has to display the fact that they actually do have convictions in the Dhamma, right? And then, having some sort of effect on your um, identity or self view How would you even know that aspect, right? But that sutta itself actually talks about that the person themselves, okay, would their actions are imbued in loving kindness, thoughts, speech, and mind, right? And and how would you know that if you were only with the person for 3 days from the point that you considered them a Sotapanna? Because they never considered them a Sotapanna on the first day or on the second, right? It's usually on the 6th day or the 7th day or the 5th day of the retreat. And now you only have 5 more days and you're not even with the person, right? The person's meditating most of the time. So how would you know? Bhante Satyananda did this really well. He actually says, hey, I can't tell you if you're a Sotapanna. Go read the Kosambi Sutta, and then you will know if you are a Sotapanna or not, right? It's going to be really hard for me to give you the things that you're looking for here with regards to this, because I am really indoctrinated with the TWIM community, right? And I'm just as forthcoming as I can be with that. And I don't know any other piece outside of that, to be candid with you. I don't know any other Buddhist. I've never done Vipassana. I had no understanding of the fact that, what it meant that they actually yoked, Vipassana and Samatha, and did, tranquil wisdom. I really don't understand that, to be candid with you, right? All I ever did was sit, do the 6 R's, and do the forgiveness practice. And in the forgiveness practice, candidly, I'll give you I'll tell you what I do with the forgiveness practice. There's one person I love the most on this planet, and that's my son, my oldest son. Okay? And I imagine my oldest son hurting me, telling me, Dad, you're a failure. Dad, why do you always push people away? Dad, this and that or whatever. I imagine him actually hurting me to a point where I hurt. I'm in pain. And then I imagine what it feels like to forgive my son. I bring up that feeling of compassion. And once I have that feeling of compassion, genuine benevolence, genuine loving kindness, okay, then I take the person who is difficult with me or for me, and I picture them in front of me, I imagine them in front of me, and then on my in-breath, I accept their suffering, I accept their craving, I accept their pain, and on my out-breath, I give them that compassionate feeling. So in-breath, I take in their suffering, out-breath, I give the compassion feeling. That's what I did, okay? And then I modified that to I did it for people that I love, people that are neutral, and then complicated people. So that's what I did. And the TWIM method is essentially the same. They were saying, hey, bring up loving kindness, share it with a friend, drop the friend, share it with the family member, drop the family member, share it with the neutral person, drop the neutral person, share it with a complicated person. And then once you get into infinite consciousness or infinite space and just hang out there, and once you see objects, do your 6 R's nonstop. Any hindrances come up, don't really push them away completely. See them for what they are, and then let them go. And then you drop into nothingness. You hang out in there until you get to neither perception, non-perception, and then just release, relax, release, relax, release, relax, release, relax. And then you drop into cessation. That's their bit. That's how they go about it. A lot of people just bringing up benevolent loving, or actually bringing up loving kindness and sharing it, has this euphoric feeling. In essence, it's supposed to be open awareness, and it should be open awareness. It should not be, it should be a collected mind, not a one-pointed mind. But I don't even know that. See, who am I to say that, right? I don't know anything. I've only been in this community.
Did they tell you about the origins of these things? So much of what you mentioned appears nowhere in the teachings of the Buddha. So the forgiveness practice is a good example of that because it's just complete. There's not even a hint of it in there. It actually appears to originate in a Hawaiian practice called Ho'oponopono. And Bhante Wimalaramsi lived in Hawaii for a number of years and probably where he was exposed to it. But I was wondering if they told you about that because part of the problem here is that Bhante Wimalaramsi wearing a monk's robes was sharing a lot of things and with the air that they were part of the Dhamma when really, he picked it up. This was a Hawaiian kahuna thing and this was a theosophical thing and he's just adding all that together. And I just wonder what your experience was from the inside, if there was any awareness or acknowledgement of the origins of these different practices.
Well, Bhante V would say, and I would support this. He brought it up from Majjhima Nikaya 111, one by one as they occurred, right? That sutta, right? And in that sutta, it does go through applied and sustained thought, right? With loving kindness, and it actually does present how.
Uh, just I'm just going to stop you right there. That's something that Bhante added to that sutta. It doesn't actually mention metta or loving kindness in that sutta.
I started doing that with some suttas, starting adding this sutta to that sutta because it just kind of worked really nice.
The one by one, like going up through stages and going through the ayatanas, the dimensions, that is found. There is a trace of that in the Dhamma, right? You find that in the instructions. But what I was referring to is the forgiveness practice and starting with loving kindness. There's very little basis for that in the suttas. It's usually presented the Brahmaviharas are presented as a separate practice from the jhanas, except for I think in two instances they're presented in a totally different way too. So you can't say, you have to pick one, right? And Bhante Wimramsi picked one, and then he kind of had to shoehorn it a little more to get what he wanted into that practice. But you wouldn't, obviously, listening to his talks and to Delson's talks, you wouldn't know that because they're presenting it, in some cases, inserting the word loving kindness in a sutta where it didn't appear so that it seems like it's describing a practice that it's not. Was wondering if behind the scenes how much acknowledgement there was of that kind of thing going on.
I would have to say, or I would assert that I agree with Bhante Vimalaramsi with Majjhima Nikaya 111. Perhaps this is because I am indoctrinated to it. Perhaps it's because I did get a positive, response from it. It has worked for me. I have said candidly that I haven't practiced anything else. I don't know enough about the suttas to be educated enough to give you a response with regards to that. I mentioned it quite a bit that they were pushing me to teach this, but I don't know it enough to teach. David Johnson actually asked me to teach that one sutta 111, and I said, well, I really don't want to, but I felt basically manipulated into doing it. I wish I could give you a more educated answer, to be candid with you.
Well, how do you account for the behavior and the attitudes of all of these people, of David and Delson, and the discrepancy there between what their kind of assumed level of attainment in the Dhamma is and what appears to be the truth?
Yeah, I boiled this down to 4 words: old school church scam. It's just a money grab. I mean, if you think about it, okay, so here comes an individual who could have a lot of money or could not. It doesn't matter. If the person is willing to um, go from the home life to homelessness, okay, and you're telling them that they're supposed to renounce. Here's one thing: they would always preach about Sister Kema's what Sister Kema did. Sister Kema did this. Sister Kema did that. She was a perfect example for me. I sold my home. I actually did the same thing she did, where I had a yard sale and I didn't charge anybody for anything. Go ahead and grab everything from the yard sale for free. Okay, I gave all my possessions away like that. Okay, and I took money from that property that I sold and I gave it to them. Did I give them everything? No, I didn't give them everything. Nobody's that dumb, right? Does everybody have a little bit of a nest egg somewhere put away? Of course, right? Um, I mean, I wasn't that naive. I was actually testing them also too. I mean, this was a good test to see, if these are worthy people. Was it a substantial amount of money? I guess, yeah, you could see a substantial amount of money. I mean, it's 6 figures. It's a substantial amount of money. That's where they're going after. First of all, David, he talks about other people having control. He, that's what his kick is, having control over people. If he can do his hypnosis thing on people or do his suggestion thing and watch them react to it and do it, he's getting a kick out of it. Delson is a narcissist. And if Delson could talk all day long, let him. He's going to love hearing himself talk. Okay. And if he can, and he thinks that you actually listen to him, he's a narcissist. Okay. And Metananda is a Machiavellian sociopath. I don't know what his kick is. I guess his kick is perhaps, you know, um, doing some sort of, psychological study on people while it's not, endorsed by some school or something. I don't know, but uh, Bhante Kusala, I have no idea what his interest is and what the other people's interests are. I have no idea why they would come in and say and do things to do that. But I would. It looks simply like nothing more than just a coordinated scam. Okay, uh, if you think about it like this, maybe they were expecting, for me to give them a couple million or something like that. That's a substantial amount of money, right? Uh, that could have been the play, and boy, would it be worth it. The other thing too is the property at Damasuka, right? If um, if Bhante Vimalaramsi left that property, okay, to monks, but the monks that they're playing games with or doing stuff with don't want to be there, and there is a monk who does want to be there, i.e. myself, or other monks that have wanted to be there, and all you do is make them so uncomfortable that they don't want to be there, then you're getting what you want. At some point, maybe he can turn the corner and say, "Oh, I'll just sell the property and start another meditation somewhere else," or I'll just keep the property and keep the meditation center here and use Delson as my puppet to go ahead and you know um, run retreats or whatever. David acts like he's very humble, very meek, but he's not. You know, he's always asking for money, always asking for things, always, always, always. Always mentioning how this other retreater spent this much money on this other retreater donated this other retreater donated that, those are all suggestions so that you would donate more. That's all that is. It's all about the church scam. And they're using, as a matter of fact, I actually don't think that David and Bhante were actually that close of friends. I think they started together as friends. I think, I think Bhante, even though he was perhaps exaggerated on things, right? And perhaps overestimated his own attainments and overestimated his students' attainments. I think David has always wanted to be like a Cornfield or Ram Dass or something like that, and he can't because he doesn't have the speaking capacity to do it. He's not an orator, right? But Delson is. So what does he do? He grabs somebody like Delson, works with him one-on-one, says, okay, this is what you want to do. This is what you want to say. This is how you want to say it. No, this is right. This is wrong. And just coaches him, just like a lawyer coaching their person who's going to testify, right? And then and Delson's a great orator, and Delson's quick-witted, right? So he's quick on the mind to respond to something quickly, and he's clever. He's smart. Let's not take away their kudos, right? And David's smart with this whole coercion and his hypnosis and his suggestions. And Metananda, without a doubt, is orchestrating a lot of this stuff. Super genius. Okay, very smart guys. Hey, not for nothing. You could get I could see some people getting a kick out of that. Okay, that's control, power. I've never gotten a kick out of it. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It felt very enticing to be in the seat where you're in the interview and a person is listening to you. There's something about that which at one evening I had a dream where I was teaching a student, and then I remembered what Bhante Kusala says, which was see the danger in the craving, right? And I saw that I was craving that. Okay, and I took a step back from that and I go, no, this is not good. It's not good for my practice. It's not good for me. It creates more suffering, right? There's something else that you're craving. There's suffering there. If you're ignoring the Four Noble Truths, then you're suffering. If you're ignoring the Dhamma, then you're suffering. And they're ignoring it, obviously. They're bent on delusion and lust and greed, right? And there's obviously some hatred in there when there's someone else. I don't know. Maybe they were jealous and I don't know.
Did you ever hear any discussion or have any thoughts yourself about how an arahant could look and behave like Delson? So there was this claim that he was an arahant, and some people seem to believe it, some didn't. Did you hear any discussion about that?
The only thing that I heard with regards to that is that it was like Metananda. The first time I met Metananda, he was like, or the first during that first retreat, he's like, if somebody is an arhat, it's this guy, right? And David mentioned it once that when he had reached his arhatship, that he didn't know how to refer to himself, and during that time, he would refer to himself as oneself, 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 right? That's about to the extent of it, you know. How would an arhat behave? I think
Did it ever strike you as odd that an arahant would wear gold jewelry or eat excessive portions of food and that kind of thing?
absolutely. I questioned his arhatship all the time. I questioned it to Delson, and it was actually brought up to me, like, oh, you know, Metananda told me, he was like, oh, they're mad at you because you're questioning Delson's arhatship. I basically said, when he started growing his hair out, I was like, that's something Tibetan monks do when they want to live, when they want to come back and they want to live longer. And when they want to die, then they go ahead and they cut their hair off, right? And then, yeah, when he mentioned about his ring, he's got two rings, right? One ring he's always had, but the other ring, supposedly his mother gave it to him when his father passed away, and that's his family crest ring that has the Armstrong crest. Well, that's identification with your Armstrong family. So, yeah, I questioned it. And well, the Mercedes in Delhi, the Serve Me in Delhi, there's a lot of times. But now, you know, he's realized that he can't keep up the charade, right? So he's renounced that so that he could go have polyamorous relationships, have fun.
Yeah, I can't say that I'm all that surprised that happened, but he
He actually
definitely did manage to put a little bit of extra flair onto it that I wasn't expecting.
he actually told me once that he's the avatar for Krishna, or the avatar for Vishnu, which is Krishna. I was like, whoa, okay. So can you fly? That's pretty rich.
Well, this gets into the hypnosis thing, but you said something earlier about Delson, and I forget how you worded it exactly, but one thing that struck me about him and his story is just how suggestible and impressionable he has been. And his whole life has been about being the ace student, right? So, you said he pretended to achieve things early on in the TWIM. I've known that. I've known that that's what Delson did. When David asked him, "Did you see this? Did you experience this?" He would have just said, "Yeah, boss," because that's what he knows how to do, is how to be the expert uh, student, and he's got a good memory, so he can imitate things very efficiently. And this relationship that he had with Greg Halpern, this 6-year relationship with a hypnotist going through who knows what manipulations. You've got to be a very malleable, suggestible person to get into a situation like that in the first place. And then you're going to be in quite a state when you come out of it too. And so he's just like a melting pot for all these different ideas and beliefs. And there's no systematic nature to it. It's just whatever he's been exposed to, it all gets mixed together. And that's why his personality is so unstable. So when Bhante Wimalaramsi was still alive, and um, he had some constraint on him that kept his personality in that pretending to be an arahant role. But then going to India and being exposed to these other things.
Sorry. When he mentioned that and I apologize for interrupting you. When he mentioned that he went to India and he got some pushback from other board members of the TWIM community, he was referring to Sister Kema. Sister Kema did not, I think, really believe his attainments completely. And she was also, um, she was a bit out there, right? So, but at the same time, she had cities, from what we understand. She actually would communicate. Um, I'm not, this is conjecture, honestly, but um, she really didn't believe him. And I think that was part of the problem. Again, uh, my opinion, psychopaths, their main mission is to take over what somebody else owns. And I think, David's end game has always been to take over Damasuka from Bhante Vimalaramsi and the monks. Okay. And Delson is the perfect vehicle for that because he doesn't want to be a monk. Right. So I think that's part of what's going on here. And, Metananda has openly said to me that he never wanted to be kind of like a monk for real. What he wanted, he was basically just doing it to give himself that image so that it'd be good for his books and his apps.
Right. Liam is an entrepreneur. That's his path and goal in life. Right. And it seems that's the case with everyone here. David is interested in running a business. Delson is interested in running a business, and Liam is interested in running a business. And they've certainly let that get in the way of a higher goal.
Unfortunately for them, I mean, I do empathize with them and their craving, and I hope that at some point they come to terms with what they're doing and find their own forgiveness and find their own path towards the righteousness.
Me too. I've tried to help all of them. Tried to open a dialogue, and just been rebuffed in a very severe way every time. So there's not much else you can do. You can't help people that don't want to be helped. Right.
Yeah. David calls you Mara.
I know he called me, he compared me to Devadatta at one point. And you mentioned David's obsession with the hell realms. You're not the first person to tell me that. And that's consistent with the sadistic personality, that he actually revels in the idea of torment and seeing people tormented and also being the villain. So while he may call me Mara, secretly he would like to be Mara or some other oppressive character.
If he keeps on craving that, he'll get it. And it won't be a good thing, I think, I don't know. I don't know if they actually believe the fact that, if you do that in the service of, um, I mean, this is Vedantic or whatever, but if you do that in the service of God, you'll still be okay. Just some crazy thoughts. Who knows? I think that's more from Delson, but
Yeah, I think David definitely does believe something like that. He seems to think that because of his level of attainment, whatever he thinks it is, he really can't do anything wrong. So it's a misunderstanding of the, so the attainment of Sotapanna implies that you'll never again be reborn in a state of deprivation. But that's because you'll never do anything that would cause you to be reborn in a state of deprivation. It's not like a get out of jail free card for whatever you want to do next.
I think that you have a platform that most of the TWIM community could at least see, where I would be shut out, basically, right? And my objective is so that the TWIM community could see what is happening, okay, and know that this is not, it's not okay. This is not what you do to a monk, a newly ordained monk, okay. But however, I'm pretty sure that if Bhante Satchidananda saw this, he'd be like, "Hey, man, you're not even wearing a robe in that interview." Because I didn't really think that we were going to be doing a full interview, right? But you're not wearing a robe. I should actually be in my robe, and he'll tell me you're doing nothing but criticizing this community, which he's a part of, right? I care about people seeing what is really going on. Okay, if his and but he could also tell me, oh, the protocol here is you do this. Well, I'm a novice monk. I don't know what the protocol is, and this is all done to honestly to hurt people. I was hurt. I was hurt financially. I was hurt psychologically, and this is not um, definitely not a wholesome environment for meditation, which is exactly what it should be. Okay, so what's the right thing to do here is what I'm doing. Okay, I don't need to be a TWIM monk. Okay, I'll go get ordained from some other Theravadan monastery, and then I'll continue my path, the Buddha's path.
A big part of the problem here is that this a lot of these issues could be solved by having a discussion. But there is this suppression where anytime anything that questions what David wants to be the standard answer or the truth, that gets suppressed and these people get pushed away. And people have been hurt, seriously hurt. And that's something that needs to be, it really shocked me to find out that this had been an ongoing thing and that something wasn't done the first time to stop and think, are we doing this right?
Right.
But
Right.
of course, when you think about it, that stopping and thinking would cost money because you might have to skip a retreat or you might have to change the way you're teaching it so that you're not getting as many donations by telling people that they've had attainments that you have no way of knowing that they've had, like you were pointing out.
Yeah.
And that's where the greed comes in.
Yeah.
And that's putting this greed, that this very petty, ephemeral financial gain
Yeah.
over not only people's health and lives, but the most valuable thing in the world, which is this possibility of awakening
Yeah. Yeah.
and escaping samsara.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of wrongdoing there. And this is something that's very hard to explain to people who are coming at this sort of casually. But the main criticism that I get is that I'm criticizing people. But it's not wrong to criticize that which is blameworthy. It's only wrong to criticize that which is praiseworthy.
Yeah.
So when we're calling out these things and we're just stating what actually happened, that's not in any way wrong. And you are doing the right thing by telling your story.
No, I know I am.
And the only way that this is going to be prevented from happening over and over and over again to other people is by getting that awareness out there and forcing the people who are doing these wrong actions to reconsider, even if they don't do it out of compassion, but they do it out of fear for their own well-being.
I've come to terms with the fact that I've had to take a step back to go, okay, if I have this experience where I'm seeing this thing, what value am I getting out of it? Right? What does it matter if I see a four-headed golden head in the sky, rotating, moving procession from left to right? What does it matter? Right? Okay, so maybe I think, well, I did a lot of sila and a lot of meditation to get to that place, and what I mean by that is you have an opportunity on most occasions to do something wrong or do something right, but you take that effort to do the right thing, right, and then something good happens. Okay, so I know that because I did something good and I maintained sila, that happened. Um, but I've also had to learn that I don't need to share everything. And I don't need to express everything to everybody that I'm going through, because just like how people get jealous at monetary possessions or things like that, they also get jealous, like you said, of cities and things that might be happening to you. So that's it's a good lesson that I've learned from this, and well worth every penny, I guess. But that's because of my perspective towards it, right? Somebody else could really be taking this in a much harder fashion, and I think I did initially the first couple of weeks, but as I continue to look into it, and they're my forgiveness friends right now. I do forgiveness to them all the time. I hear what you're saying, that perhaps that's not uh, the Buddhist teachings. However, I've seen a lot of forgiveness in the Buddhist teachings, and I do I do subscribe to that model in the sense that uh, I've I've found a lot of relief from it, and a lot of benefit from it. But I know that we're always continuing to learn, and
It's not that there's no forgiveness in the Buddhist teaching, in the sense that he spoke of the value of giving up grudges, etc. But it's the
mm,
specific practice. So this is a very specific thing, holding an individual in mind and thinking of scenarios and all of that. There's no trace of that in
right,
the teaching of the Buddha. Whatever value or danger there is to that practice, it's just unrelated. So, for example, if you're trying to sit cross-legged on the floor, stretching might help you do that in some
mm,
way.
mm-hmm,
But maybe there's another way to do it, such as just growing up that way and always sitting on the floor your whole life.
right,
So, but you have to be cautious with adding these things, because sometimes people hurt themselves stretching.
mm-hmm,
And it seems to me, I've heard of other people having a bad reaction to the forgiveness practice, because when people have trauma like PTSD, bringing up the perpetrator of
Mm-hmm.
that event is a trigger for their
Mm,
PTSD. And then they get
absolutely.
into a totally panicked, sometimes psychotic state.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the way the Buddha taught to approach it.
Mm.
There are all sorts of things that you could say there's some value to and not be wrong, but there might be risks to those things that are sort of unknown or uncharacterized.
I hear you on that. Yeah.
And it's important for people to know what is part of the Buddha's teaching and what is some extracurricular type thing. But I just want to thank you for coming to me and giving your testimony here. I really do think it will help people, and it certainly clarifies a lot about the situation. And I think we agree that we both want the best for everyone involved, the best possible outcome. It's just a matter of everyone finding out what that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, listen, it took me uh, quite a few days to actually. I had written up the draft of just the simple email that I sent you. It took me a couple days to actually hit the send button because, um, this more. It's most likely that my preceptor will say, "Hey, don't want anything to do with you anymore after this," because the whole TWIM community, he's very involved in it. But as I mentioned before, I would hate, or for me, would be, I would feel responsible if I didn't do this, if another student would go through what I'm going through, and unfortunately, I didn't listen to you when you came out with this. It was actually very interesting. Delson and David actually showed me your videos, and David sent me your videos. He's like, "Oh, look at what this guy," because basically like saying, "Look how nuts this guy is," and that's the game they run. These guys are nuts, right? Um, at the end of the day, I went to them in sincerity. I went to them giving a large sum of money, donations, and property, and the result is um, being treated like an emotional pincushion, and just an unwholesome behavior, and an environment that wasn't conducive to my spiritual or meditative progress. So, if I can help anybody just not have to experience that, and they see this and they go, "Well, listen, I went to retreat with that guy, and he didn't seem like a bad guy, and look at, this is what he did, and this is the outcome." Hopefully, they'll think twice about it, right? At least they'll question it. Hopefully, a couple of times, but that's I mean, it's the right thing to do, and I want to thank you for your efforts. I mean, you seem to have put a lot of effort and time into this, and obviously there's some interest in making sure that people don't get hurt because of this.
As an addendum to this video, Umberto has sent me some evidence regarding the events that transpired. Much of this takes the form of audio recordings. Since there's a lot of this material, I've included just the parts that seem to be the most relevant and digestible. And something important to bear in mind as we're reviewing this is that the Suttavadins have pushed Umberto to a breaking point and then blamed him for any extent to which he cracked under the stress, and then attempted to dismiss his concerns because of the state that he was in due to the TWIM practices. So this is a typical modus operandi at Damasuka. It is not just Umberto that has undergone this. It's a repeated pattern that's happened over and over. And they show no signs of stopping this type of activity. This, unfortunately, makes it easy for them to discredit people and say that they have some psychiatric problem or they've had a nervous breakdown, and therefore they shouldn't be listened to. Well, this happens to be a classic cult tactic, and that should be borne in mind here. This whole situation taken into context, it's part of a pattern. And for that reason, I believe that Umberto's concerns should not be dismissed. If your friend or companion began to have difficulties with a practice that you encouraged and persuaded them to do, would you turn your back on them when they began to have difficulties? Would you ostracize them? Well, the Suttavadins would. And they have, repeatedly. It's worth noting that these people didn't seem to be suffering from these problems before getting involved with the Suttavadins and before doing the TWIM practices. It's only after having gone through this arduous process that people begin to experience these difficulties. And in fact, it's the most dedicated and diligent students to whom the lion's share of the negative effects fall. Umberto has provided me with a number of emails and documents that support his claims. Let's take a look at a few of those now. I think the first thing, and probably the most relevant here, is this wire transfer from Umberto in the amount of $105,000. Looks like this was in March 2024. And the recipient was the Freedom of Mind Foundation. Now this is a response from Callan. He says, "Dear Umberto, infinite sadhus and thanks for providing this generous donation to Freedom of Mind and for everything you have done and will continue to do. I'd like to express my most sincere gratitude on behalf of everybody, and I truly look forward to growing this organization with your kind support. Attached is a donor acknowledgement letter. Please keep a copy for your records." This is the acknowledgement letter dated May 1st, 2024. It says, "Dear Umberto, on behalf of Freedom of Mind, I want to thank you for your generous cash donation of $65,000 that we received on April 1st, 2024. No goods or services were provided by Freedom of Mind in exchange for your contribution." And then blah, blah, blah. Freedom of Mind exists to provide alleviation of mental suffering. Your support is vital to our work carrying out this important mission. Well, this is very ironic considering how much suffering, both mental and physical, these people have brought about. And it's signed Callan McClintock, President of Freedom of Mind. And this is a letter from David Johnson where he refers to me as the evil one, which is an epithet that belongs to Mara. So this is an email from Umberto to Callan and Andrew, who are board members in the Freedom of Mind Foundation, which is Delson's foundation. And Umberto is here speaking in praise of these people and their commitment to supporting individuals on their path. He says, "I am truly honored and blessed to have your support on my journey. Your willingness to assist in covering these expenses means more to me than words can express. I eagerly await our Zoom meeting this weekend to discuss the specifics further. Please keep in mind, I will be visiting Venerable Satchidananda in New York for their 6th year celebration and will be going to visit Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi at his sutta class on Saturday." And this is from Callan. He says, "Hi Upekkhananda, thank you for your email. This is in part why we are starting Freedom of Mind. Whether it is through the nonprofit or other means, we want to support you. Do not be afraid to ask for our help, especially with your help at Freedom of Mind. We are honored and look forward to working with you and supporting your continued awakening. So this is evidence that they did pledge support to him, ongoing support. Here, Callan says, we will be blessed and honored to be able to help you on this journey and are very happy to assist you in covering these expenses. Thank you for sharing this breakdown with us. Let's meet on Zoom this weekend to discuss specifics. And this is Umberto's breakdown of his expenses that he needs to be covered. And you can see that if he lives elsewhere, it's going to cost a certain amount, and if he lives at Damasuka, it's going to cost considerably less. So they were agreeing to support him and cover his expenses, which is what any reasonable person would have expected, having given so generously to the foundation and leaving the lay life, becoming a Samanera, where earning a living in any other way is not an option. Here, Umberto requests of David to have his images and likenesses removed from the Damasuka materials. And in this exchange, Liam McClintock had sent out a draft of the book he was writing, in which there was a chapter that used Umberto's name and likeness that he wasn't expecting to be featured in this book, I think. And here he requests that his likeness and any identifiable aspects of his story not be used in the book.
I'm going to open the floor for my very good and dear friend Umberto, who I consider to be the meditator foremost in forgiveness, the master of forgiveness. Please, Umberto, take it away.
So, today, like David said, we're going to cover Anupada Sutta one by one as they occurred. Just a basic summary. This is basically how Sariputta attained arhatship through the jhanas.
I don't want you to be alarmed, but I'm leaving. And this is difficult for me, especially because I care about you. I care about everybody here. Honestly, I do. I love everybody here. But I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe at all. And it seems that the intent is to cause me to, come and be exaggerated in some sort of physical, or verbal type of action, which isn't going to happen. But that seems like that's been the play this whole time, so that I can be pointed at and said something's wrong with me, and then okay, you can leave, and even though that might be the whole story or the story and whatever I'm supposed to take it as, it's not personal, whatever. It's gotten to the point now where it hasn't stopped, even now. So, it's just really sad, and I'm really saddened by it. I don't want to take off my robes, but it feels like that's what is being pushed upon me. Pushed. And every time I look at it, it just looks unwholesome and not good. So I can't be party to it.
I can't be party to it.
To the Sangha, or just to this community?
To specifically what's happening here between the actions that I've seen taken by Delson and David. You know, and it doesn't seem right. And I know that you've seen it. I know that you've seen it.
But after our talk yesterday, it seemed like we were just going to kind of keep our heads down for 2 more weeks. So
and this morning, I got voice messages, okay? And then I got more push. And I'm not going to say it to you because, you know, when I say these things, then they get, not that you're going to twist it, okay, but...
Yeah, no, it's better nothing said, but...
Exactly.
Is it something that couldn't just be ignored? You know, is it like a threat?
Yeah. I mean, as far as I see it, it's just nothing but threats. That's all I see it as, okay? And specifically, just, you know, and this is not, I know that you don't want to hear it, but I'm not going to, it's not something that I can, like, not see, you know? There's an orchestration of events here where people are talking back to each other, and then things get twisted, and then they get blown up out of proportion for no reason, except for the fact of push Umberto out. Why would pushing Umberto out be useful? It's simple. It's a simple scam. That's all it is a simple scam. Okay, and then the only way to make the scam look okay is that Umberto's crazy.
I can definitely see why... I can see why you think that.
And Delson's not here. You know? So the only person who can orchestrate this, you know, is my friend David, who's my forgiveness friend, nonstop. You know, so I'm sorry.
Rebecca, I can see why you think that. I can tell you from just like as a friend, and I don't know, I know I can't change your mind about this.
I can prove it.
But I really think that there's no malintent on David beyond simply, yeah, he doesn't want monks here long term.
Why?
I think any schemes about trying to get rich or whatever, you know, all of that.
No.
Really
it's not that. Okay. Okay. It's difficult. Okay. But the only thing that I can say that I have proof, verifiable proof. Okay. Is okay that I have a text message from David saying, hey, we got this call with this person, okay? And him making it seem like all she wanted to do was, you know, let me know how great everything turned out from the meditation, that I didn't really do anything, okay? But what it was to basically turn that around on me and make it seem like I did something to her, okay?
Yeah, no, I've no doubt that's what happened.
Okay, but then that's wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely wrong.
Okay, that was deceiving. It was a deceitful message. As a matter of fact, you were sitting there when he came up and he says, she's all good.
Yeah.
You know? Okay, but then afterwards, okay, and then he stayed on the phone trying to get her to say things. Okay?
I have no doubt that there's been a ton of skillful and very hurtful actions. All I'm saying, the part of this that I would consider rethinking, is that there has been this like grand scheme between David and Delson to extract your money and then kick you out or something. I don't think that was...
If I would have given the money to Damasuka, it would be much more difficult. Okay? And Callan is the next victim.
Okay, see, that's where I think it's like... You could be right, but I just really don't see that. And I think for what it's worth, I've spent a lot of time with David here at Damasuka before, just this summer, and with Bhante throughout all of that.
I understand.
And I am pretty good at reading people, and David is gullible. He's fallen for crypto scams. Gets very excited about the attainments and thinks that this is kind of like the only kind of cheat code or something, which in some ways it might be, but I don't think he's a bad person. I don't think he's trying to be bad.
Okay.
Like what you told me.
Okay. And let's say that's. I hope that's the case, right? If I were a gullible monk or a gullible person who became a monk here, and I'm looking at it as a third party, I would feel a lot of empathy for that gullible monk who who everything just happened to. I would feel a lot of empathy and compassion for him.
You're not gullible. You're generous. You gave money, and I told you from the beginning when I first got here. I said, look, Upekka, we're monks. We don't have to worry about money. We don't have to be involved with nonprofits. Like, we don't have to be on the board. I think there's some sketchy things about Delson. Let's just put our heads down and practice.
Okay, and I've been trying to do that, right? And every time I try to do that, it's not Delson doing it, it's David over here going, I don't think twin people can become monks. It's impossible. Why don't you go start your own monastery? All those little things, right? That
those are rude, but those are helping our practice.
Okay, listen, he's not trying to help my practice.
I know he's not trying to.
Okay.
But that's the way. I've been watching your Ramdas videos now. They're really helping me.
They're good.
That's the way to view it. These are all helping our spiritual progress.
I feel attacked here, Metta. I feel attacked, bro. Attacked. Not edificated, not cultured, not cultivated, attacked, my friend. Demonically attacked. Okay? And this is not normal. There's no way that we can, if we go to a monastery somewhere in Asia where you're going to be, and then there's going to be someone going, let's see if you can crack out of that shell and become better. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see that as wholesome. I don't see that as righteous, as good.
Yeah, no, I understand I completely understand if you want to leave. It definitely is not conducive for peaceful meditation. I guess I'm just trying to view it in...
And I have been doing that.
Kind of like
but I talked to my sister and my brother, and they're like, you should be running for the hills, my friend. Okay?
Yeah, but they're not on a spiritual path.
Menta, because from everybody outside here, this doesn't look like a spiritual path. This looks like a scam. And I mean, look, I don't give a crap about the money. I don't give a crap about the money. It's not. It has nothing to do. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even. The only thing I could say that perhaps I might have had a little bit of like, wanting to, right, is like being a teacher or wanting to be like, somebody who, can help somebody else, get to that point, because of the beauty that you see them actually growing and coming out of that, It's the only thing I probably wanted a little bit of, and a good wholesome community. Man, forget that. This isn't wholesome, bro.
Yeah, it's definitely not wholesome. And I think we've agreed from the beginning, like we were gonna seek out, and I hope still will, I hope you're still on board for going over to Asia, seeing SBS, which is going to look like a godsend compared to this.
You know what my thinking is now? That I just want to save my reputation, which doesn't mean crap, honestly, okay? But for me, they're trying to taint my reputation 100%. 100% taint my reputation. As of right now, Calum looks at me like, like I'm Charlie Manson, okay? What did I do to deserve that?
Look, I'm sorry all this has happened, and I don't want you to feel like I'm not supportive. I think what I'm trying to do is say that
I just don't know.
You have helped my practice so much in viewing everything as part of the path and forgiving everything.
Well, because that's the only thing I have, man. Everything else has been ripped away. Ripped away. Now it's even my sanity is trying to be ripped away from me. That's not cool. It's not wholesome.
Right.
And I don't even say half the shit that's been said. I don't even say half of it. Because I know what it can do, because I know what it does to us in the meditation. There's no benevolence in these actions. And how do I reconciliate that? I took a shower this morning. I thought there was a demon that was going to rip out of my body. Okay, because I'm feeling demonically attacked. Demonically attacked. And I know what that feels like. Okay? I grew up in Miami. There's nothing but people throwing demon attacks at other people. Okay? Grew up in it. Okay? And you know what saves me more than anything? Bhante, Vimalaramsi. Jumping in and going, have we forgotten to share compassion, my friend? I'm scared and I'm not scared. Not scared of something that can happen to me. I'm scared of something happening to you. I'm scared of something happening to anyone else, and then it's like, oh, that guy? Oh, he was just crazy. You know? My kid hearing, oh, you know, a goat ran him over or something. I don't know, man. You know, what could they think, you know, if something happens to me here? You know, so I went and called my sister and my brother and said, hey man, this is going on. If something happens to me, you know what's up. Okay? That's not a fun call. Is that a fun call to your mom, you think? That would not be a fun call. And then, okay, if it's that, I'm going mad. If it's that, then where's the compassion to go, hey man, perhaps, you know, we could just lay off for a second, not say anything, and just take it off for a minute, you know. Don't meditate, okay? I've tried not meditating. Same things are happening, okay? Am I exhibiting reactions of mania?
Like, as your friend, since the Kundalini thing, this is what I saw. I didn't see a crazy person. I saw someone going through a spiritual experience, but you had a lot of energy.
Yes.
And it didn't seem from the outside, even though you might have been in control of it, from the outside it seemed like a little bit too much energy.
It is a drastic amount of energy.
So I think that
is that your way of saying that? Yes, it could seem like mania. Dude, you don't have to sugarcoat me.
No, because mania is like a psychiatric term, and I think let's steer clear of that. It's just it's more of a question of like
I said, I got my logic processor in check. You know, anytime, listen, first of all, I've never been homicidal. Never. I've always been suicidal.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, let me just finish.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that, all right, when that happened here, I think David became concerned because he's seen instances with Pavel, and I was here for that, and that was not somebody who could be helped, and they did need to go to a place to be stabilized and get some sleep. So he's seen instances like that, and I think that was his concern. Now you were not that at all. You were having you were very lucid. You have provided me amazing spiritual advice throughout, and wisdom that's being downloaded. I think you are going to benefit greatly when there's a teacher, whenever they come along, who also has experience with these altered states and can tell you exactly how to direct that wisdom and how to kind of manage it in a way that, however they've worked through it, because it's not something that anyone that I know of or in this community has experience with. So I think that's where a lot of this is kind of boils down to a misunderstanding.
Let me ask you a question then. If there's some genuine concern for me going through that, okay? Why wasn't it said? Why wasn't it said, hey Umberto, hey Upekkhananda, listen, you're going through this. I think this is what, first of all, please sleep more, here, eat more, here. Why wasn't any of that done? Why? No, from David, right? Yeah. So, because here's the thing, right? So I talked to Delson and David, both of them, okay? And it wasn't until the Nomi situation that it was said that, oh, we're concerned about you. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. You guys are concerned about me. This is the first I hear about it. Okay? Yeah. If there was a genuine concern, and I hadn't spoken to Delson for 2 weeks prior to that, there's a genuine concern, okay? Then why wasn't it communicated? The only thing that was communicated from David was this. The movements that you're doing are not involuntarily, they're voluntarily. Okay, which basically pushes the narrative that you're insane, you're doing this to yourself.
Yeah, listen, I'm not standing up for things that David has said at all. I don't know exactly what he said, but I know it hasn't been handled compassionately. I don't think you're crazy at all. Like, I'm completely on your side here. I think what I'm trying to point out is things might not be as extreme or kind of orchestrated as they seem, just as kind of another viewpoint to take into account. I think that verbal daggers are being thrown, but it is kind of like sticks and stones to an extent. Like, I think.
Who do you think these verbal daggers are throwing? Who is throwing them?
You're being verbal daggers are being thrown at you.
By whom?
By by several individuals. It sounds like. It sounds like David and Delson have said things to you that are
exactly
inappropriate. Yeah.
Tell me that the narrative that David's been telling you hasn't been that I'm going crazy.
Yeah, he was concerned, but when he asked me, I immediately said, Upekka's acting from compassion, and he's and he's stable.
Do you still think that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The thing that I don't agree with you on is kind of the recent kind of like church conspiracy theory, which I totally understand why you think that. I think there's some coincidences that would also make you think that. But
do you know what the word coincidence means? Things coincide. You know when things coincide in math? Okay? It's two angles coinciding. There are no coincidences, yeah?
Yeah, but that sometimes karma plays out in a way where it has nothing, it's not personal. Well, it's never personal.
It's never personal.
But what I mean is, in this case in particular, I can see why it seemed like a plan from the beginning, but I really don't think it was. And in fact, I think at the beginning, I remember you left to go check out the land, and David and Kirsten came out of the Dhamma hall, and it was kind of cute because they were actually like, it was almost like David, like a friend had left, and he was like a little bit...
Yeah, I don't fall for it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No,
like
you can believe what you like. I'm just giving you another perspective here. I really don't, and
the only reason why is because everything that I've ever gotten from David has always been negative. It's never been positive. I'm sorry.
Upekkha, I
don't want to do wrong speech. I don't.
Yeah. No. Listen.
It's hard for me to see that perspective. That's what I'm trying to say. It's hard for me to see it.
I understand that totally. Again, I've stayed at Damasuka for several months. David's never been super friendly, but I have come to appreciate that he's not a very social person. His brother, in an interview, kind of shared some things, and I kind of understood more about his background, and so I have compassion for that in seeing kind of that part of the picture, that, okay, he's not, I don't even think it's necessarily a lack of compassion. I think it could be a lack of social skills or a lack of understanding about how to interact with people.
I get that. Yeah. I get that 100%. Okay. And, I think that you're pointing to something that's very valid. Okay. David has some sort of personality aspect of him that seems a bit introverted and, maybe, a little bit difficult to interact with or whatever, okay? What I see is that, okay, with a little different flavor of something. I don't know if you noticed this, but he talks a lot about, oh no, there's too much control there, too much control there, too much control there, okay? Well, the only person who I see actually trying to have a lot of control is him. Right, and that's what I see, and there's a first impression type of thing that comes from this. I've never said this to you, but I'm going to tell you why, because everything from this has never stopped doing this. Okay, the first time I ever had an engagement with David, we were in the patio, in the dining hall out back. He was sitting in a chair facing the Buddha statue, and I was behind him having a cigarette by the barbecue. A woman's voice, you could hear a woman's voice go, David. And David turns back and looks at me and goes, did you hear that? And I go, a woman's voice, say your name, David? Of course I heard it. Okay. That was David throwing his voice into the air to try to have me think that there's like some group hallucination here going on, okay? A form of control. Okay? I know that sounds really weird out there, like conspiracy theory stuff or whatever, but the only thing that I saw was some weird person, like, some kid, having something doing something or whatever. I'm like, that was weird, that was wacky, okay? And I just thought of that, that's wacky, okay? Yeah. But afterwards, all these little things.
Upekkha,
it just piled up.
I totally get it. If you want to leave,
no, I want to call the federal police.
No,
but I'm not, because of Cal. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, really am. It comes back to this over and over.
I just. What I guess I don't understand. I hear everything you're saying. I don't think any of it is right. I think it's all wrong, and maybe even the entire kind of church inner circle thing is correct. Okay, but do you think it's possible we could just do nothing for 2 weeks and then go to Asia and keep things peaceful? Because
I do want to keep them
peaceful. I think what's been frustrating is like the last 3 weeks have been kind of non-stop back and forth, and one thing that I've seen so clearly with being constantly in the middle of turmoil.
Am I doing that?
No, but you're not doing anything wrong, but I'm saying the only way out is to stop doing anything. And that includes not getting up and leaving. As soon as you involve Bhante Suttavada, there's more calls, there's more this person said this to that person. It just never stops. It just keeps going. And the only way out, it's kind of like what the Buddha suggested for karma, is like you just keep your head down and meditate, and you don't say anything. If people want to send you messages, that's fine. It's just words. If someone literally said to you like we're gonna like hurt you, but I think earlier you also agreed that like our lives aren't in danger here. It's more of just these kind of mental games that are being played.
Absolutely. But I will say, this morning in the bathroom, this whole like I literally felt a very strong demonic presence come and really bother me. Okay, really bothered me. And the first thing I wanted to do was to grab you and say, hey, we need to get out of here.
Yeah.
Okay? Because I was like, we both, you're in danger, I'm in danger. This is, dude, when you feel something that bad, that negative around you, you don't want to be around it.
Yeah.
You don't want to be around it.
Look, I understand. And if you think that either of us is in danger, then that's the move. I just thought that we had kind of come to a conclusion yesterday about how we were just going to forgive and stay in loving kindness, and this is part of a test.
Yeah, I'm still there, man. I'm still there. I still want that. You know, it's just anytime this very dark presence comes and goes, oh, here we go, let's talk with you again. And I know it sounds like that's mania and whatever. No, and I can even go to the point where I go, oh, unwholesome object. Give it loving kindness. It's Bhante jumping in going, hey, loving kindness, man, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Loving kindness, non-stop, you know? But this...
Could we just leave it at that?
What happens if more negative stuff comes our way?
I would put your phone on airplane mode, and we just go upstairs for lunch. Like that's kind of. I mean, I can't be completely unplugged right now, but luckily no messages are coming in about that. But that's what I would recommend.
And what this demonic stuff is happening is actually trying to, just like they were trying to create a breach between us with what they said, that's how I feel this is happening. It's trying to create a breach between us. It's how I feel like it's happening.
Yeah, well, nothing would... So why don't we avoid that by sticking together, like two monks in the forest during a spooky vasa. And I think of the sutta where this one monk told the Buddha, I'm going to go to this village. And the Buddha said, that's a dangerous village. What will you do if people insult you? And he said, well, I'll be grateful that they didn't knife me. And the Buddha said, well, what will you do if they knife you? And he says, well, I'll be grateful they didn't kill me. And then the Buddha says, well, what if they kill you? And he says, well, I'll be grateful that I could shed this body that many monks are, that gets sick and ages.
Yeah.
So yeah. I know that's kind of extreme, but I think we're going to be safe for 2 weeks. I think we can use it as part of our path. I think if we make it through this vasa, wherever we might end up is going to seem like a heavenly realm. And I also think we'll look back on it someday and laugh. But I think if you leave, you'll be a little disappointed because it'll just kind of stir up more conflict. And I do say that partly selfishly, because I would love for you to stay here. But I also understand if you want to leave, and I would fully support that decision too.
Okay. I'll grab another one. Is that okay? I'll be
It's going to be all right, brother.
Yeah.
Let's meet for the Uposatha tonight,
Okay.
and we'll make it a good ceremony.
Okay. Okay, you be good.
You too.
So, did Sachinanda call you?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay. How'd that go?
Went perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Went great.
So did he explain to you that he lost somebody today as well?
Hmm.
Yeah, he ordained a monk, I don't know, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and the guy did nothing to help him, didn't meditate, didn't do anything, and he's living with him. And he had to tell him to leave today, just as I was calling him. Probably not the greatest time to call.
Yeah, probably.
So he made the point that rains is not sacred to Samaneras. It can be. It's a suggestion. It's not a requirement.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's just take that one off the table.
Well, I'm not going to take that off the table, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because I made a determination in the Dhamma Hall, with a prayer and a determination of what I was doing. Right? So I don't take things lightly, especially when I kneel in what I consider a sacred place, okay? To make a determination to do something.
Mm-hmm.
So, with all due respect, taking off the table is not in my purview, my perspective.
So you don't care what Bhante Sachinanda says?
No, I do care what Bhante Sachinanda says.
Well, he says don't worry about that.
Okay.
Your own determination is
My determination is mine.
I mean, you can
Okay.
make determination about anything.
You sure? You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that shouldn't be part of this.
But no, I won't let my words get me misconstrued. I absolutely appreciate Sachinanda and everything that he has to say.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So how did that conversation end up?
Well, maybe you should have that conversation with him. Ask him.
Well. Okay. I will. But if you're to, and Metananda had good things to say about your attitude right now.
My attitude.
Well, how you're conducting yourself.
How I'm conducting myself.
From his viewpoint.
From his perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should ask him about that.
I did. That's what I was just asking him about.
Okay. Yeah.
That was good. So that's one thing, and the one thing that Bhante Satchidananda says is you guys should not be talking to other people. And of course you can be talking to us and the staff, but don't talk to the meditators.
Sure. I'll go ahead and do a silent retreat, and I won't talk to anyone.
Well, you can talk to us, but just don't talk to our meditators.
Well,
that's all I'm asking.
Okay.
And I don't want you to do any interviews.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to finish the retreats here, the range retreats. When I'm done with my retreats, I'll be out of your hair, David.
Okay.
I do find it disappointing that I would be treated this way.
Well, I'm not going to make you stay either. So, don't go there.
No, of course not.
So. It's a step in the correct direction.
In the correct direction.
When somebody has made a fault, they say, I won't do that again. And then the Buddha says, okay, monk, we accept this apology. Just continue.
Oh, thank you.
That is what he says. That is what he does. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Metta. Hug. Yeah. I love you. I love you very much, man. I really wanted to hold out for my determination for them. I just don't feel welcomed. I'm gonna head down to my sister's and drop off my dog.
In Tennessee?
In Jacksonville. And I'm gonna stop at my brother's. She wants me to stop there on my way down. And then I'm gonna go to my brother's gonna take one of my dogs, and then my sister's gonna take the other two. And then I'll stay with them for just a few weeks. My sister has a big farm, and she said that I could build a kuti there.
Awesome. You don't have any doubts about monastic life?
No one's going to take the robes from me. I got it. And this is, every morning we read the Dhammapada, or at least we do. Every morning I read it, and every morning the sayings that Bhante left us, and in those is everything that is dear and agreeable to me will be taken from me. I see that not as something that's taken from me, but something that I crave, and I really thought that this was a conducive environment for this. I know that you say that they're training arahats here, but
Well, I know it's not intentional training.
It feels like they're torturing. I feel tortured.
Some hindrances are to be avoided.
Exactly. You told me that, things with Delson didn't feel normal, and I really do think that you should let Callan know something, at least something, because as of right now, all I think he knows is, I don't know what he knows, honestly. But he's scared of me for some reason. And I would love to know what it was that I did to cause that. If you could give me some input here, I would really appreciate it. If there's anything that you think I did that, caused any of this.
No, I don't know what he's been told. I mean, we're talking later this week. The thing is, after the very small hint I gave him earlier made it back to Delson, I don't feel like I can say much more. If he brings anything up, I'm just going to say, look, all I can do is raise a red flag, because truly I see that saying anything more would just interfere with his karma and my own.
And the red flag, you think it's only because of Delson?
Yeah. If I had something concrete to point to, but it's like a lot of half-truths and things, and that's just not enough to. And if something, if I thought someone was physically harmed, or if I'd seen anything like that, then certainly I would say something. But because it's all mental games, I think our job as monks is to step out and find a community where we can practice.
Yeah, that's my takeaway from this, from what you were mentioning the other day. It's like, what would the Buddha do in this occasion?
Yeah.
It's finding the Buddha in one to kind of like live by that. Do you still want me to go to SBS?
I would love that. Are you still interested?
I would love to, but I don't, like... I don't want to be the cause for your friendships to be in danger or in risk. You mentioned that the other day, that you were losing your friends, and all I can think about is that could I be part of the cause of that? No,
and I was also referring to, like, there's another friend outside of this community that we've drifted apart, but I'm realizing that when you take on the robes, it's inevitable that your closest friends will be Sangha.
I candidly feel that, right now I'm leaving, right? So I got 3/4 of a tank of gas, and my debit card is, I don't have a debit card. I'll make it fine, right? But I'm like, it just feels really weird that, it's like, I really trusted the process that was happening, that, Callan and Andrew would help me out, and I feel like this whole thing was, to a certain degree done like that. Maybe the universe is just trying to help me understand, hey, just just trust in the Dhamma, don't trust in anything else. But that's what I have to have trust in. I know that I'll be fine. I have my brothers and my sisters, and, I was an IT guy for a long time, so,
If money's ever an issue, also please don't hesitate to reach out, because my family's definitely supportive.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. But back to SDS, how are you feeling about that?
I would love to go, but like you were even mentioning that, Delson could call them, and give them a bad report or something, and...
But they trust Sangha.
Okay. I would really like to go.
And you absolutely should. Did you get an email from my brother with the flight information?
Do you know what flight it would be from?
Flying from Japan, from Tokyo to Kuala Lumpur. I'm not sure if it's Malaysian Air, but I can check my own. I don't see anything.
What would your brother's email be?
Well, you would have put down your email, so I think it would come from the airline. If you search flight, maybe?
Nothing. Yeah, so I think, if the flight is from Japan, I think I'm just going to go to Japan.
Well, we can book a flight from here. That's what I'll be doing. Is there one from Batik Air? BatikAir.com.
Batik,
B-A-T-I-K. Okay, I'll ask my brother. It's good then that he didn't book it, but I'm just gonna.
Or even if he did book it, dude, I'm telling you, I'm probably just gonna go to Japan by myself. I'm just gonna go, and I'm an adventurous soul like that.
Okay.
In that sense, like I'm not worried about it.
Then should I have him book this flight?
Is it not booked?
I mean, if it's not booked, should he book it? We can wait on all this. I'll just send you this information so you know when I'll be arriving.
Can you forward me the SBS contact?
Yeah.
Or the email?
But that's the one thing I'll say is that I would really appreciate it for my own kind of relationship with them as well as yours if you'd like to stay there.
Yeah.
That they really go out of their way to get help with visas and arrangements, and so canceling would be not a good thing if it was last minute.
I wouldn't cancel. I mean, if so, they already agreed. We already have a confirmation from them.
Yeah, they expect we'll be there. We'll want to give them a heads up about 2 weeks before we go.
Okay.
Because then what they do is they contact the supporters. We'll stay at a place in Kuala Lumpur for a night, and then they'll help us with getting train tickets.
Okay.
And all that.
Okay.
The other thing is, I would really suggest, you don't have to be an expert in the Vinny at all to be there, but it would be, I think you'd find it a smoother transition if you familiarize yourself with the Buddhist monastic code. And I just want you to kind of, like, I totally understand if this place isn't for you, but I just want you to know that they are very kind in every way that I've seen, but they also have a high standard of, like if someone's wearing their robes wrong, like they are gonna, like, even if it's a small thing, like Bhante Arya will say something, like in a nice way. So it is a training center.
Okay.
I just want to
Yeah.
that. It's not at all like this, where it's just a place to meditate. It's also a place where they're kind of trying to make sure you're as good a monk as possible in all the kind of
good
detailed ways.
Yeah, good. Okay. I don't know how to react anymore with regards to saying things that I'm experiencing. Like, I feel like now, I can't even say anything because it's like, he's nuts, Is that something that I should, like, refrain from doing, like expressing what I'm experiencing?
So that's a really good question. I think lay people would understand much less. All of these things you're going through would be very normal to talk to the teacher at SBS, and especially if you just say, like, this is what I experienced, without the, like, I think what they wouldn't take kindly to, or what they wouldn't appreciate is like theorizing about attainments and things.
Yeah.
Like,
Bhante's talking to me. Like, you really don't I actually know until, like, you see something. But if I see, right.
Or I mean, that's fine to say, like, my teacher's coming to me. I think that's a normal spiritual experience to say you're talking to Bhante. But I mean, saying, like, I had this experience and I'm an anagami or something. I don't think you would say that, but that's the kind of thing they wouldn't take kindly to, probably. I also think that the policy at SBS, they're like, you have a kind of private relationship with the teacher, which is nice. Like, you're not expected to necessarily talk Dhamma with the other monks, but you can. But that's kind of up to you what kind of relationship you want to have with the other monks.
Okay.
So you can kind of feel people out and be like, okay, this person is practicing in a similar way, or they seem friendly, so I feel like I can share with them. But then there's other people who you might not want to really have much of a dialogue with. Maybe they're just in a different mindset.
Okay. We're scheduled to be there November 15th.
Yeah.
Okay.
At Kuala Lumpur. So then the next day we would go, the 16th. So right now, I mean, this flight will change because I'll be coming from Boston, but right now we would arrive in the afternoon of the 15th in Kuala Lumpur first.
Okay.
The great thing about this is even if you're not a fan and it's not like the long-term setup, I think then you'll be glad that you've kind of seen a really great community and, like, picked up a lot of great tips about the monk life. And then any other place that you or both of us might go, like in Thailand or whatever, it would seem like, oh yeah, I know how to kind of be in this type of Asian monastery with kind of Asian customs and feel really comfortable wherever you might end up.
Okay. And you can forward me that contact info?
Yeah.
Or the email, or both. Okay.
So what I'll do is, let me know when your plans are firmed up.
They're firm.
No, I mean, like once the flights are booked.
You mean to Japan?
Once you, so you're for sure going to Japan?
Okay, I'm going to Japan.
Yeah.
I'm going to Japan because whatever it is that's compelling me is compelling me. Some synchronous, some intuition, something. So I'm going. If Callan doesn't cancel my flight to Japan, then I will be there on the 5th. If he does cancel my flight, I don't know why he would. The only reason why I would assume he would is something he heard. But if he doesn't, I'll be there on the 5th. If he does, then I'll probably be there even earlier.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to that Chojin monastery, to Theravada Buddhist monastery.
Cool.
I'm going to go there and check it out. And then so today's the 7th. I got a month. And I got 2 weeks. We got 2 weeks to kind of figure out the flight to get to SBS.
Yeah, so if my brother hasn't booked it, then I'll tell him to book it. You're definitely going to Japan.
Okay. If let me give me like a week to figure out the flights.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, just confirm when you know for sure, and then about 2 weeks before.
How do you think I should handle the Callan situation?
I think that he'll say something to you, because as far as the trip hasn't officially been called off as far as I know, so I think he'll probably reach out and then you can decide how to respond.
Okay. Do you think that there's anything that I did that I should have done, in a different way?
In terms of your interaction with Callan?
Yeah.
I wasn't there. I don't really know what happened.
Yeah. How about in terms of anything else? I'm just wondering what I might have done wrong here.
He texted me. He wants to talk, so maybe I'll find out more, but I'm not gonna press him.
Do you think I did anything wrong here? At all? Like, with my engagements with David and I'm trying to figure out, aside from basically saying, oh, I see Bhante, I mean, Curtis said that, I'm just wondering what did I do wrong?
So I don't think you did anything wrong, but I think there are some things that that David was upset about, and it was more like from the beginning him not wanting to have monks here, and then having an aversion to the dogs. And then, so I think it was kind of small things that compiled. And the only thing I see, I'm not saying this is something you did wrong, but something I think that didn't help the situation was that like, we're definitely guests here, and like, just kind of having a general
Sorry, I hear somebody screaming, don't you hear it?
Hey man, look, I had already spoken with Liam with Matananda yesterday about what supposedly he said about me to you, and according to him, he did not say it. Now, I don't want to go into this whole he said, she said stuff, but listen, man, you need to find help. Like, you need real help. You need to go to a psychiatrist. You need to go to a therapist. You need to go to some kind of psychiatric facility in order to get help with whatever is going on with you. You're not doing TWIM. You have an agenda against David. You are freaking out other people. You freaked out Nomi when you were given instructions to be a certain way where you were not supposed to deal with students. You went ahead and did that. You're basically, I don't know what's going on with you, but you need to figure out how to best help your mental state, because you're mentally unwell and you need help, man. So go and find help. SBS is not going to help you. Being a monk is not going to help you. You are not qualified to be a monk. Simple as that. You need to find help soon. All right? After this, I saw you blocked me. I saw you don't want to connect with me. That's fine. But this is my final statement to you. Go find psychiatric help. That's the only help you're going to get. You are going down a dark path, and it's not going to end well for you. So please take care of yourself.
I just want to make sure I'm not like when I go somewhere else that I don't do anything.
Yeah. Listen, okay. The first thing is, like, you didn't do anything wrong. You have so much virtue and compassion. So this is more of just like a monk thing that I think I came to appreciate in Asia, staying at different monasteries. And also what I see in the suttas, the recommendation is to be kind of like, it says like kind of humble, meek, and upright, some kind of phrasing like that. And you have a lot of humility. You also have a lot of energy. You bring like kind of an energetic personality. And I don't think that's bad. This training isn't trying to like, rid you of your personality. I think Bhante was clear that like even an arahant would still have their personality. But I think in it's expected that we're kind of like just like very like humble and meek in the sense that it's not about letting people walk over you or anything, but it's kind of like I'm just going to go with the flow. I'm okay with whatever I'm given. I'm okay with that. I'll go where I'm welcomed. I'm just doing my practice, and it's a great gift, I think, because we don't have to involve ourselves in affairs. We don't have to. We don't have to be someone to uphold. So again, like, I don't think you did anything wrong, but I can see how I think one thing that could have made it smoother in a sense is if is kind of, if you talk to David in a way that was kind of more like
submissive.
Not submissive. See, that's what I had to kind of recode. In the West, we see it as a bad thing that you'd be someone who's just kind of like water, just like, going along with the flow. But I'm saying less kind of like inserting opinions or inserting like, just one example that comes to mind is we were having lunch and you were kind of like really questioning David on like, why are we doing this practice? Like, what's the point of this? But and those were all legitimate questions. It was kind of the way it was asked was like maybe like a little intense for him.
I'm wondering about the example. I don't remember that exactly, but I know. I'm sure you remember the event, but I don't. Trying to think of like what it was, because like the only interaction that I had with David that was abrasive and strong was the Nomi situation, and I candidly I believe that I handled that extremely well in the sense that he basically kicked me out, and I said, you don't want to do this, you don't want to kick me out because, dude, like how does it look like when you just kick a monk out when it just doesn't look right.
Yeah. I mean, again,
and that's where I think the situation actually got difficult, right? Because from that moment right there, I called Delson and told Delson, hey man, like David doesn't want to do this, and I think what they took out of context is that I said, I'm going to be vocal about this. Like if
that's the kind of thing I'm pointing to, is like this idea that we need to be vocal and stand up for ourselves and all that is kind of
meant that they just took like a boatload of money from me, okay? And I gave it. I was a generous donation, okay? I gave it for TWIM, okay? I gave it for TWIM. The aspect, and this is the real reason why I feel very uncomfortable from day one. It's okay. I don't have to
it's okay. I understand, and I'm not saying you did anything wrong. It's just you asked me, is there something you would do differently going forward in other communities?
Yeah.
And what happened here was not right. You won't face this again, that's for sure. But I'm just saying in general, there will be monks that are like kind of trying to, whatever it is, order you around. And in those situations, just kind of stepping out of the way. It's not like you have to be ordered around, but you can just kind of, there's a way of kind of stepping out of the way without being kind of like standing up for yourself in the way.
I tried to do that, I think 90% of the time, I think, the 10% was taken and said, here, you're not allowed to do that either, which I don't think is loving and kind.
Yeah, definitely.
I really don't. I'll try to be a better monk.
No, you're a wonderful monk. Again, these are more of just kind of just because you asked and because it is, especially in Asia, there's a culture that we would consider submissive in America. Even the bowing.
Dude, I submit. I'm submissive.
Even the bowing is hard for me. When I came here, that to me felt like I was going against everything I've been brought up to.
For me, it's not.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm saying even my conditioning was stronger in that sense. Yeah. But now I kind of appreciate that it's all part of this training to let go of our kind of stronger rougher edges or whatever it is. And just kind of like part of the spiritual test.
want to apologize for making this process difficult. If I had any, for anything that I did, definitely not my intention. Definitely not my intention. So please forgive me for anything that I might have done to hurt you. I'm highly disappointed, but I'll get over it.
I hope, even though it probably won't reflect back on this vasa entirely positively.
Oh, it's been extremely positive.
Okay.
I'm very, very, I've grown a lot from it, but not, the environment definitely could have been much more conducive to a better growth. The first two retreats, the retreat with Satyananda and the retreat with Kusala, was amazing. Amazing.
Yeah. So I enjoy it. We had some amazing times, and I learned so much from this vasa.
Thank you.
And I want to remember that too.
Thank you. I'm really sorry. I really am. I don't want to be a cause for your discomfort or your unease and your meditation to not go well. I really didn't think that I would ever be a part of anything like that.
I don't know. You've helped my practice so much.
Thank you. You've helped mine a lot. I love you very much. Thank you. All right. I'm just going to go up and just say goodbye.
Okay. Immediately taking off, or are you staying for lunch? Do you want to take off after lunch? And do you have enough to get some things to eat on the way?
Yeah, I got like a handful of quarters. Like a roll of those is $20, right? So I think I'm okay.
What if something happens to the car on the road?
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't.